Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. Welcome to the ninth day of the online advanced course on Biomedical Imaging 2024. Today, we will have a panel of experts to talk about radiotherapy. I would like to remind you that you can send your questions via the Q&A chat box or express your intention to ask the questions orally by activating the raise the hand button. All questions will be answered at the end of each talk. Now, without further ado, I give the floor to Professor Inês Marques from the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Coimbra.
So welcome, good afternoon. Welcome to a new session of the Advanced course in Biomedical Imaging. Today we'll focus on radiotherapy with an excellent panel of speakers who I would like to thank also on behalf of the Faculty of Medicine and also Professor Filomena for your availability to be part of this new edition of the course. So I would like to introduce the first speaker, Engineer Paulo César Simões, who will address and detail during the presentation the physical principles of radiotherapy. It's a pleasure to be able to count with you, to whom I'm particularly grateful for your availability. Engineer Paulo César has a degree in physics engineering and also a master's degree in technological physics. He's also a specialist in medical physics and has long professional experience in the radiotherapy department of TRUC, now Unidade Local de Saúde de Coimbra, where he has carried out fruitful research. Without further delay, I give the floor to Engineer Paulo César Simões to begin his presentation. Thank you. You can now share your presentation and you can start.
Okay. Thank you. Is everything okay? The sound and the video? Okay. So I'd like to thank you for the organizing committee for the invitation to make this talk. I apologize because I will not speak in English as fluently as I would like to. So I apologize for not being that fluent, but I will do my best. As Inês said, I work in the Coimbra Hospital University in the area of radiotherapy, and I'm a medical physicist, a specialist. So I'll start to share my screen and my presentation. Share. I think you should be all seeing my screen, okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, so thank you. So I will talk a little bit about what radiotherapy is, the basic principles of radiotherapy, and also some appointments on radiobiology to see how the radiation work in the cancer management. In fact, radiotherapy is one of the main treatment modalities for cancer treatment, together with surgery and chemotherapy. Almost half of, or a little bit more of the patients during the dealing of the cancer disease will benefit from a radiotherapy session. One or more sessions, so it will be. We don't give all the radiotherapy in a single day. I will talk about that later. And radiotherapy is also used in a small number of other diseases, but it will account for I don't know, less than 0.5% or something. It's something very marginal. I have this slide from a web organization showing where are the main sites of for cancer incidence. We see that breast and colon and rectum and also prostate are the major sites where cancer shows in a human body, and then the numbers start to decrease. But this number is the incidence, and there is a very different graphic if we show the mortality, because the mortality is quite different from one site to the other, so it will be a quite different graphic. And the numbers among the incidence of the tumors, the locations where the radiotherapy is most applied, it can be also different. Comparing, it's not the same distribution as the incidence, because some of the tumors benefit more from radiotherapy than the others. So the plot will be something like this. The head and neck cancer is not the main primary site, but it's the one who benefits. More patients need radiotherapy during the course of the disease. And then we have lots of other sites. Also, some of the patients are doing radiotherapy for palliative reasons to improve their quality of life, because those patients are not expected to have a full cure in spite of if the disease is already spread or in a more advanced state. So actually we have these three approaches for radiotherapy. It can be palliative, as I just said, to alleviate or to reduce pain, to improve the quality of life of the patients. It's very meritorious, very important thing that we can do and give to the patients. It can be radical as a primary treatment modality, for instance, for head and neck tumors, or it can be adjuvant. Let's say it can be made together with the chemotherapy or surgery for other tumor locations. So what is the objective of the radiotherapy? In simple terms, it is to kill all the cancer cells. It's our target. Sometimes if the tumor is small, we can achieve almost mathematically complete kill of all the cells. But if the tumor is larger, we can only kill or leave, not kill 1 in 10,000 cells. It's a reasonably number. So to achieve this goal, we will want to give as much dose as possible to the target volume, but at the same time we have to maintain the critical organs and tissues which are surrounding the tumor below a certain levels of dose to guarantee that we don't have too much complications, side effects because of the radiotherapy. But to do this, we have this very small dose window. In this plot, we have the cell's response, and here we have the dose. And we have two plots here. This one with the thicker line is for tumor control probability, which means it is the relative number of cells that we are actually killing. With higher doses, we can achieve 100% killing. But then when we cross this dose line, the number decreases very rapidly. But the plot for the normal tissue complications, it's very close and very similar. We also see that for higher doses, we will be killing lots of normal tissue cells, which is not a good thing. but fortunately they are not one on top of each other. Instead of that, we have this small window, and so this is our goal. We have to be between one line and the other, and as higher as possible. So we actually almost all the time we can work on this area to achieve a good tumor control probability. And in most cases of radiotherapy, we can keep the normal tissue complication rather manageable for the patient and for the doctors, of course. But the accuracy of the dose is very important, which we can conclude from the shape of the graphic that I just shown. And a 5% too low dose in the target volume can result in, for instance, for head and neck cancer, in a lack of 15% on tumor control, which is an important figure. At the same time, 5% too high dose also will lead to non-desirable complications and side effects on the normal tissues. So the accuracy is very important, and so because of that, we have rigid protocols of control quality programs. So how do we give the dose to the patient? We have these two major areas or techniques. It can be external beam radiotherapy or brachytherapy. In the first one, the radiation is given from the outside of the patient. We have some device that gives radiation and is outside of the patient. They can be X-rays or gamma rays or electrons or hadrons, like my Paul Crespo, my colleague, will talk about that later. Or it can be brachytherapy, which is when we use radioactive sources. They can be natural radioactive sources or artificially man-made isotopes, which are implanted in the patient, inside the patient sometimes, or very close to the skin, but always very close to the tumor. So in brachytherapy, we give the radiation very, very close to the tumor in any case. And the implants can be temporary, or they can stay inside the patient forever, but this forever is not that long time, because the isotope chosen have a relatively small compared to our lifespan time, decay time. So let's say in any case, in 3 months or something, there is no more radiation in the patient, but although the radioactive source will be kept inside of the patient, but not irradiating with significant dose anymore. This is an example of external beam radiotherapy accelerator. We call it accelerator. The photo is not very recent. There's maybe 10 years or 15 years. Our accelerators are more up to different aesthetics and more appealing. And this one, the radiation will be produced in this head of the equipment. And here we are irradiating a phantom, a human phantom, to quality control issues. I will show the linear accelerator later on in more detail. But the main thing that I wanted to point here is that the radiation is produced outside the patient, and it has to go through the skin and reach the whatever depth the tumor is located on the human body. In brachytherapy, as I said, we put radioactive sources inside of the patient. This is an example for a breast radiotherapy treatment. In yellow are represented catheters that are not shown, that are not cannot be seen, but each one of these bulbs here are attached to a catheter, a metal or plastic catheter, which is introduced inside of the tissue. And then the radioactive source will go inside of that catheter and irradiate the tissues where the tumor is. And this other example is for a gynecological implant where we use natural cavities of the patient. Then it receives this one is interstitial because we have to make the path with the catheter. Intracavitary, it's because we use the natural cavities of the human body to place the radioactive sources close to the tumor. In radiotherapy, this is a multidisciplinary area. We work, everybody works close together. We have doctors, which are radiation oncologists, and other clinicians from other specialties, all of them, because the tumor can be detected in almost any place in the human body. And the team makes part of the team is also a medical radiation physicist, which is myself and other 4 colleagues in our case in this hospital. And we have radiation therapists, nursing staff. Well, everybody is important, and we work together to achieve the best treatment qualities for the patient. This is a very the radiation we are dealing with is ionizing radiation. If not given properly, it can, if we give too much dose, it can be potentially lethal to the patient. So the quality control, once more, it's a very important issue. And it's an environmental service, lots of high-tech equipment. For instance, at this moment we are using artificial intelligence to make contouring in the CT images, that all the organs and all the tissues are already being made automatically with this artificial intelligence software. Of course, it has to be corrected and validated by a doctor. But that is an important feature for us, because every patient has to make a CT scan and repeat the CT scan sometimes every week, or less than that, not that common, but they can sometimes they have to repeat it every week, and it takes a lot of time to draw all the tissues and organs. So to improve the quality and improve the accuracy of the treatment, it's a really important feature for us. So we are talking about ionizing radiation. So the radiation is, of course, there's enough energy to ionize atoms, but it doesn't stop there, because the radiation will also create free radicals, chemical free radicals, which in the second phase will also attack molecules such as the DNA, so inducing directly or indirectly damage to the cells and to the molecules. So we are in our department, we are using X-rays and gamma rays, which are photons, both of them, and also electrons to treat, to give this ionization radiation to the patients. But the radiotherapy can also be done with neutrons, protons, and alpha particles. Those three will be object of the talk of my colleague just after mine. And the most widespread and the most used type of radiation in the world and in Europe are those two, X-rays and electrons. Of course, alpha particles and protons also have an important role in certain type of tumors, and are increasing the number of applications. But X-rays and electrons are at this moment by far the most used radiotherapy type of ionization radiation. So how is this X-rays produced? There are two ways. In both of them involves a target, which is represented in pink in these diagrams. And in both cases, we start with electrons, which we accelerate until they reach the energy that we need. And then the electrons are made to collide with this target, the pink one. And it can be a reflective or refractive schematic diagram, or it can be in a transmission way where the radiation has to cross the target. This configuration is used in low energy applications, which are mainly the ones used for diagnosis, the X-rays and CT scans, and all the systems that use radiation to make diagnosis images with radiation. And for treatment, we use this configuration because we need more energy while using a little bit more than 1 mega electron volts, and in diagnostic we'll stop at some hundreds of kilo electron volts. Actually, in our department, we are using from 6 MeV to 18 MeV. For this, the production of X-rays by refraction, it's always used an X-ray tube, which is a very old device with 200 years, I think. Of course, the configuration should be a little bit different, but it's mainly the same configuration as it was invented that far time ago. And so there is a filament which releases electrons. They are accelerated using a high voltage source, and by colliding with a tungsten target, X-rays are produced and are used for diagnostic purposes. In accelerator, the configuration is different. There is not a high voltage source anymore. The electrons are accelerated up to 4 MeV or more using microwave radiation in this electron gun, and then directed to also a tungsten target. And we collect the X-rays and use them for the treatment. So this is the head of a linear accelerator. We call it LINAC most of the time, and the patient will be here where we can have this cone-shaped radiation field, which size can be modulated by these metallic jaws that have independent movement to make the field, the shape and the size of the field, the dimensions that we need for that particular case. Different types of radiation interact with the matter in different ways. The photons, the X-ray photons, can travel quite a few centimeters in matter without suffering any interaction. But when they do, either they are completely absorbed at that point, or a secondary photon is deviated a certain angle by a certain angle, and an electron with remaining energy is produced. Once we have the electron, it will undergo a series of rapid collisions with the atoms of the matter and lose the remaining energy. If we are working with electrons, we will have the same path, an individual path for each electron, similar to this one, but occurring just as soon as the electron leaves the air. This will be air, and as soon as he enters the matter, it will undergo a series of collisions, and each one in each collision it gives enough energy to produce an ionization of the molecules and the atoms of our body. The proton has a quite different path, which will be detailed later. It always loses some energy, but rather a small amount of energy during the travel of the proton inside of the matter. That's why we have this small ripple effect on it's not a straight line like here. And when it reaches a certain depth, it will lose all of its energy in a quite very small space, smaller than the electrons do. Using that the information that I just give and multiplying it for a whole beam of electrons or photons or protons, which is composed by several millions of elements at the same time, we can draw this depth dose curve in relation to the depth in tissue. So we see that if we have electrons, this is the relative dose deposited by the beam with different type of particles. With the electrons, which is this blue line, dark blue, we have something similar to a plateau here. As soon as the electron enters the tissue, it deposits some energy, and it is almost constant for during some distance, and then it rapidly decays. And if we look at higher depth, any electron is reaching this depth anymore. Almost all of them are depositing energy in the first centimeters only. If we have X-rays, and this is the orange and the blue, the cyan line, as I said before, they can travel quite a few distance before even the first interaction. So we have mainly an exponential decay in depth, and the trend of the decay depends on the energy of the photons. This one would be with higher energy, so the exponential will go more far away, so not losing energy as quickly as the low energy X-ray. This one will be, for instance, 18 mega electron volts, and this one would be something close to 4 or 6 MeV. The protons will have a depth deposition dose like this red line, depositing far less energy than the other modalities in the intense, and then depositing a lot of energy when it reaches the Bragg peak and the maximum range of those particular protons. And non-energy is deposited after that point, which is a good thing. This is a detail for X-rays of different energies. As the energy increases, so the exponential will have a slower trend towards the depth of the tissue. And for electrons, as we increase the energy, we'll have a longer plateau, but then they decay almost similarly, independent of the energy, and rapidly losing energy until zero. So in radiotherapy, we have two major concerns. The first is, as I said, to deliberately using the radiation to kill the tumor cells, and we will have to accept that some side effects will occur in the patient, but in radiotherapy we manage to maintain those side effects quite manageable in almost every situations. There are sometimes some acute effects that can last for a few weeks, but they can be managed and treated. And also my colleague Inês Nobre will talk, she's a doctor, and we'll talk later this afternoon more about this. At the same time, we have this radiation protection concerns. We have to protect the patient himself, and not giving him too much radiation, and not radiation in places where we don't want to irradiate him. But it always happens because there are some leakage radiation from the head of the linear accelerator, which is reduced as much as possible, but cannot be zero. So there is always a full body bath of radiation with low doses of radiation to every patient that undergoes localized radiotherapy. And we have also to maintain the radiation protection, that radiation levels sufficiently low for the professionals that work in our such department. Just checking the time. So we have these 3 levels of radiation effects for the ionizing radiation, direct ionization, then the chemical changes that are produced and induced secondary attacks to the cells and molecules, and then we have a biological effect. The main target for to achieve the goal that we have, which is killing tumor cells, is targeting the DNA. In fact, if we cannot direct radiation directly to the DNA. Of course, it's impossible. But also it suffers a direct attack. It is 100 times more efficient to kill a cell, breaking the DNA molecule, and then the radiation damage produced in any other part of the cell. So if we can make a double break on the DNA cell, it will be a major goal, because with a double break, it's more difficult to the DNA to be repaired by the cell mechanisms. So, as I said before, with radiotherapy, we are targeting the tumor from outside the body, represented by this square at this diagram. And to concentrate the dose at that point, what we are using is different incidences. In this diagram, we have these 3 beam incidences, and of course, only in the target area is that we will have 100% of the dose, and of course, each one of the beams will be carrying 30% or approximately that. So protecting the normal cells and tissues around the tumor. In case of the brachytherapy, we put the radioactive sources inside of the tumor. So naturally, we are giving more dose to the tumor, and the normal tissues will be spared intrinsically because of the way the brachytherapy is delivered. So what is the target in radiotherapy? It's not only the bulk tumor. Let's say if we do a PET scan or any other imaging diagnosis exam, you can see the zone where the tumor is. But in radiotherapy, we are irradiating an area a little bit bigger than that. Let's say this could be the area where in the diagnostic exam we can detect and identify the tumor. But we have also to irradiate ganglions and other tissues close to the tumor, because it can have a non-detected tumor cells, so we will have to irradiate them too. And also we will add some margin to account for positioning errors or difficulties in identifying in the available images where actually the tumor is. But nowadays, as we improve the safety and the equipment that we have to accurately detect the position of the patient, these margins has been reduced from 1 centimeter a few years ago, and now sometimes we are using 5 or even less millimeters. So we can irradiate a smaller area, and if we are irradiating a smaller volume, so we can give the patient a higher dose and increase the tumor control probability ratio, which is a good thing, of course. Now talk a little bit about the radiobiology of this radiotherapy technique. We have these 4 R's, thing that helps us to it's an easier way to group things and to think about them. And I'll show one or two slides about each one of those items. This is reoxygenation. redistribution, repair, and repopulation or regeneration of the cells. Starting with this one, as I said, the radiation secondary effects, induced effects are important. And one of the most important are the formation of free radicals. And for them, it's important the presence of oxygen in the tissues to make this OH minus free radical, which is a very strong one that attacks cells. It's a known fact. And so sometimes as the tumor grows, the oxygen content inside in the middle of the tumor, in the core of the tumor, it's lower because of the small blood apport. And so one important thing is to wait to the tumor to reduce. And once it reduces, it will receive more blood, more oxygen, and more radiation-induced effects and killing. Redistribution is related to the cell cycle phase. The cell is more sensitive to radiation when it is dividing in this the S and the G2 and also N phases. It's more sensitive because it has more DNA material, and in some of these phases, the DNA molecule is even separated. The hélice is separated in two and then rebuilt again, two of them. So there is more DNA material, there is more area to be eaten by radiation, and probably so some of them beyond repair, so more cell killing with the same level of radiation. This is one thing that it's easy to put cells in a specific cycle when we work in vitro, but when we are in vivo, there is no way to tell in which phase of the cycle the cell is, but it's something to take in account. The repair, it's something that starts as soon as the radiation is given. The cell starts to repair whatever they can. This time begins immediately, but we have this rule that in 6 hours only, some tissues in 6 to 8 hours have completed the possible repair in a short phase. So if we want to give two doses of radiation, we should wait for the good cells, for the cells for the healthy tissues to repair before giving them more radiation. In the other side, as the repair is quite slow comparing to the attack of the radiation that if we give some amount of radiation in 1 second or in 5 or 20 minutes, it will have the same biological effect, because there is no significant repair in 20 minutes by the cells. And also we have this repopulation or regeneration. This is a good thing for the healthy tissues, because if we give them some time, they can repopulate and regenerate, and we will have a good and healthy tissue in a while, which is better than giving all the radiation at the same time and don't give them time to recover. On the opposite side, it is a bad thing for tumor cells, for the killing purpose of cells. we would want to give the radiation as fast as possible and don't give them time to recover. So we have these four items, and they are all contradictory. One, it's impossible to do the right thing for these four items. So what we'll have to do is a compromise between the total treatment time, the dose given, because I didn't say it before, I'm sorry, but we are giving the radiation, we want to give this amount of radiation, but what we do is split radiation in several fractions, and we are giving to the patient a small amount of radiation, let's say two grays of radiation to the tumor location in each day. We are giving 5 days a week and resting during the weekends. So this dose per day, per fraction, the overall treatment time and the number of fractions, but all of these items are a compromise between these four main directives of the radiobiology. This slide shows a little bit what the process, what the path of the patient is on our department for a patient which is diagnosed with a tumor. It starts with a diagnosis, which is actually done outside our department because we are a radiation treatment department. So when the patients arrive to us, they have already been through the diagnosis that it was made by their caring doctors of some of the specialties. Once they arrive to our department, the first thing is that they have to undergo a CT scan, even if they have done it for diagnostic purposes. They have to repeat it in our department because we have specific positioning devices to place the patient to maximize the accuracy for the treatment that specific location. And also we have to our planning system has to have a scan from a known CT scanner because to achieve the tissue densities and to calculate how the high energy radiation will interact with that particular patient. So we have to calculate the densities of the tissues in every part of the body. Then drawings are made, and we made a treatment plan deciding where the beams should enter the patient. And then there is this path with a simulation and verification of data, that a simulation of the treatment is done, and some markers and sometimes some tattoos are very small tattoos are made on the patient's skin to mark where the radiation beams will enter the patient. And it's also one moment to verify if everything is ready to start the treatment, is if there will be no collisions between the gantry which moves and the table where the patient is and the patient itself. And then we have this treatment, which is of course repeated 20 or 30 times the same treatment for every patient. And everything is verified and recorded. Also, after the ending of all the treatment sessions, the patients remain in follow-up in our department by the referring doctor to manage eventual side effects that will show in the next few weeks. This is just to identify the steps which use radiation. This one will use radiation in the diagnosis level, the low energy, let's say 100 or a little bit more kilo electron volt. And for those two steps, we are using high energy radiation. This is a CT scan. You have probably all of you already seen lots of machines like this. The only difference between this CT scan that we use in a radiotherapy department and a diagnosis CT scan are those lasers that are represented schematically here. They all cross, we have vertical lasers and horizontal and also longitudinal coming from above. And they all cross in one single point, which we call it isocenter projection point. And we also use these lasers to make marks on the patient on one side and the other, and above also on the skin. And the same system of lasers, we will have them on the LIMAC accelerator room to guarantee that the patient is positioned in the same way in every session, and also during the initial CT scan. This is a simulator machine. As I said, it's just to mimetize the treatment that will be done by the linear accelerator. Sometimes this is done inside of the. Nowadays we do it almost every time in the actual linear accelerator, but not without using high energy radiation. I think we are a little behind time. Okay. So this is the setup with the patient, and we see the gantry assumes different angles to give the radiation as is represented here. Now we have 4 beams all targeting the volume here in the middle inside. The colors represent, as using this scale, represent the energy received by each tissue. So we have more energy deposited there on the target volume than on the LC tissues. Nowadays, we use these intensity modulation beams, which are no longer planar. So we are giving, we have this multi-leaf collimator, which can make different beam shapes, and also in the same moment, for the same beam, the multi-leaf collimator is not static in the same position. Instead of that, it assumes different patterns as represented here on the right, and the intensity of the beam will be this one. It is done in sequence, these 3 beamlets, but nowadays they can be more than 100, represented here 3 only for simplicity. So the intensity map of the beam that we are giving to the patient is actually a smooth one and with lots of levels. So to give the radiation to give a better conformity of the radiation to the tissue. Okay. Okay, this is a linear accelerator. So instead of, sorry, okay. Beyond this is the head of the accelerator, which gives radiation, and we have these controls, and the gantry can rotate here from this ISO center, and also the table can rotate, so we have the best angles for treating for reaching the location of the tumor. Let's see this one. This represents in a diagram also the head of the accelerator. We have this electron gun where the electrons are accelerated. Then we have a magnet that bends the magnet for 270 degrees downwards. It's done this way because this electron gun has 1 meter length. So the gantry itself would have to be very high, very big, to accommodate this electron gun in a vertical position. So this way we have a more compact design. And then we have different targets here. This is called a carousel, which rotates and puts the correct type of target according to the energy that we want to use. And we have a different target for different energy, or if we are using electrons or X-rays. And here the radiation is up to be delivered to the patient. I've already shown this one. This one is okay too. And nowadays, instead of static beams, we are also using this, we call it dynamic arc, because the gantry is rotating in around the patient, and for each different position, the multi-leaf collimator assumes a different configuration. So we have, it's like having 1,000 different incidences, static incidences around the patient. So this increases the complexity of the planning, but also increases the flexibility in the dose delivery, and also poses some challenges for quality control. But it's nowadays it's all being taken into account and made in a secure way. Another thing that we have at the same time that we are giving the radiation, we have the gantry here or here. It's rotated 45 degrees to the right, and it's delivering those to the patient. The patient would be here or here in this flat surface. And at the same time, we're collecting the radiation that crosses the patient. We are calling it portal imaging, which is a quality control important device. So we compare the image that we should receive after crossing the patient here. This one calculated from the CT scan. We are comparing it to the actual image obtained in the treatment room by that flat device. And we can see there if there is an error, a positioning error, or if the tumor moves or grows during from one day to the other, and correct it accordingly. It's not represented here, but nowadays we also have a capacity to make a CT scan in the table of the treatment just before the treatment. We make a CT scan, and we'll have an image even better than this one to verify the patient positioning. Okay, this is an aspect of the control room where all the parameters for you can see there the shape of the field with the multi-leaf collimators in green to make sure that everything is accordingly. And well, I think we are finishing. This is also one aspect of the control room. This one is a little bit updated, but the machine has all of these interlocks. We call it interlocks. As you can see at this moment, 3 of them are red. This will be equivalent to red flashing lights. And whenever a red light signs up, the treatment cannot go on, and if the treatment is decurring, it is automatically stopped, and so the machine is verifying all the parameters, and with a redundance of 2 for every system. There is a primary system that orders to the machine to do one certain action, and there is a secondary one that verifies that if the action was taken in the correct way, and both of them are also measuring where the position is, and if there is a difference, the treatment is stopped. And that's a very important feature to guarantee the security of the treatments. So, and I think I finish. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Engineer Paul Cesar. So I cannot see any question in the chat or in the Q&A. So because your presentation was very clear, and you could explain all the bases of the radiotherapy. So
it was not as I would like to be, because my English is not that good, but okay, thank you.
we could understand. So thank you very much again. And now, so as we do not have any question, we'll move forward to the next presentation. So I would like to introduce Professor Paulo Crespo. Professor Paulo Crespo is from the Physics Department of the Faculty of Science and Technology of the University of Coimbra, and also Principal Investigator of LIP Coimbra. His research has essentially focused on the use of heavy particles for therapy, but also on obtaining functional images that can be used in parallel with the radiotherapy. So the curriculum of Professor Paulo Crespo is vast and in deep knowledge on the topic that he's talking about today, which is andron therapy. I thank you for being available once again to be part of the group of speakers for the Biomedical Imaging course, and you can start your presentation whenever you want.
So I would like to say good afternoon to those who are in Portugal and good morning to those who are in the United States. My first words after the good afternoon, after greeting, would be to greet the organizers. Thank you for inviting me, for having me here. It is a pleasure and an honor to talk about hadron therapy, a therapy which is moving forward very fast in the world. Even in Portugal, there are plans to bring it to Portugal, but I will talk about that during the talk. First, let me share my screen. Here it is. Is this okay?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about hadron therapy. What are hadrons? So therapy with hadrons. The hadrons are a plethora of particles, but those that are stable, we are not talking about studying the beginning of the universe or studying dense nuclear matter like they do at CERN or at GSI in Germany and in Switzerland. We're talking about the stable hadrons. These are protons and neutrons. I am not going to talk about neutron therapy because this one is being declined. The precision and accuracy that we can achieve with hadrons is so high that neutron therapy is being abandoned because of that. The costs will be comparable. For neutron therapy, you would need a nuclear reactor, which is a very expensive facility. But for hadrons, charged hadrons like protons, helium, lithium, carbon, and oxygen, you also need an accelerator, be it a cyclotron or a synchrotron, and all those are also very expensive facilities. So hadrons is not because of the money that they cost. Neutrons are not being abandoned because of the money that they cost. They are being abandoned because they don't provide the same accuracy and precision than ions. So let's focus on ions. And on ions, there are two main ones being used worldwide. These are protons, which are expanding very fastly, and also carbon ions, where I did my PhD in Germany, in the field of carbon ion therapy. And I will talk about these two and compare them to what my colleague, Engineer Paulo Cesar, talked about, X-rays, megavoltage X-rays, and I'll, in the rationale, number one here, I hope you can see my mouse pointing. In the rationale for hadron therapy, I will say why hadron therapy is better than electrons and megavoltage X-rays. After that, if you don't mind, I have a heating problem in my computer, so I would like to, where can I do that? Stop my video. Because otherwise my computer is heating and I would like to come to the end of the presentation. So after we see why hadrons in this context, protons and carbon ions, why they are so precise and why they are physically and also radiobiologically advantageous with regards to other types of therapy existing today, I will talk about imaging in hadron therapy. Why? The rationale means what are the motivations behind imaging in hadron therapy. And in this imaging, I will talk about two main ones. I will talk about in-beam positron emission tomography. I will explain what that is and what that can bring to hadron therapy. And I will talk about something that we are developing in collaboration with colleagues in the Netherlands and also in Germany, about prompt gamma imaging. So these are gamma rays that are emitted, and we are going to image them to get an idea of how the treatment is going. As Engineer Paulo Cesar mentioned, we have to give, for radiobiological reasons that he explained very well, we have to give the treatment in 20 to 30, sometimes even 60 days, so called fractions. You give it in a fraction, and if you do it in all these days, he said that you make a CT every week, more or less. It's not viable to do a CT every day for two reasons. It takes too much time, and time is important for the investors in this therapy, and also for the patients. They would stay too much time in the treating position, and this comes with errors. They try to become unstable and move, and this brings errors to the therapy. And on the other hand, the dose of a CT, if you do it every day, is not negligible. So it's not very feasible. It's not very desired to have a CT every day. That's why we are doing this imaging in hadron therapy. So let's talk about, okay, if I go here, the rationale for hadron therapy. Paulo Cesar explained very well. If you have photons, this should be 21 megavolt, not MeV, unless if they come from a gamma ray source. But if they are megavoltage X-rays, we should have here megavolt. And they penetrate in the region which is called build-up. This is relative dose on the y-axis. and on the x-axis we have the depth in water. Okay, these were measurements that were made, and you see that the photons, the megavoltage X-rays, they come to build up and then they decay exponentially. Now let us imagine that we have a tumor position here at 15 or 14.5 centimeters, 145 millimeters. If you want to treat them with photons, you have to come from several directions, from the left, from the right, from the top, from the bottom, in order to accumulate those in the tumor. But you are giving those, and sometimes this is the limiting dose giving factor. You are giving those to the tissues that are non-tumorous. Whereas if you use, for example, protons, which is the line in green, you have a constant deposition of energy, or if you divide energy by mass, you have those in gray. And then when the protons are about to finish, they maximize their interactions with the tissue, and you have what is called the break peak. And there is no more dose after the break peak or past the break peak. This is very interesting because if we have the same tumor at 145 that we were talking about, then you can give, if you arrive from the left and from the right, not represented here, you will have a high dose in the tumor. And you are saving, we will see treatment plans with that, you are saving normal tissue from having complications. When I was in Germany, I did my PhD there, and then I stayed also for some more years as a postdoc, and then I moved back to Portugal. When I was there, I remember that the medical doctors were saying this was therapy with carbon ions I was working on, and they were saying, we think we can do better. And they asked the medical physicist, is it possible with these ions to do an escalation of those, and they move from 60 to 72 raised to bone tumors in the center of the brain and also in the pelvic region, tumors that are very, very difficult to treat with megavoltage X-rays or surgery or chemotherapy. Chemotherapy does not even enter the brain in some cases. And they asked the medical physicists, is it possible to increase the dose without giving more dose to the healthy tissues? Because we would like to improve our control ratio. That is the probability of controlling the tumor. That is killing the tumor without the side effects to the normal tissue around it. And the answer was yes, and I will show it later on when we're talking about rationale, a bit more on the biological part. I will show that this increase in dose has corresponded to an increase in tumor control probability. So tumors could be better controlled. This is historical. These are historical movements. So finally, in this graph, I would like to point out that if you want for some reason to give a very point-like or almost point-like irradiation to a structure that is a tumor, for example, a tumor that is growing in close vicinity to the optical nerve, protons will have this decaying distal fall-off. This is called the distal fall-off. And ions, they have a sharper distal fall-off and a more peaked position. And for some tumors in complicated regions, this is a very big advantage. Another advantage comes from, still in the physics domain, comes from lateral straggling, which you can see in the bottom figure. So the x-axis in the bottom right figure is the same as the top one, so depth in water. And then we have the beam width in millimeters for protons in green, for photons with 21 megavolt, I should say again, they go almost forward, but you have to come from several directions. I repeat that, from anterior to posterior, from posterior to anterior, from top to down to bottom, and sometimes in many, many fields. I will show you one example with the state-of-the-art, which is called IMRT, that Engineer Paulo César mentioned. So let's take a look at the carbon ions. They start with a beam. What is important here is how much does the beam open as you go to these 14 centimeters, 14 to 15 centimeters. And you see that you start with a beam which is under millimetric, and you end up with a beam which is just slightly above 1 millimeter. So very high precision. Accuracy is given by this position that I'm pointing with my mouse, and precision is given by the lateral straggling. Protons, because they are lighter particles, they suffer nuclear interactions. Protons are positive. The nuclei that compose our tissue are also positive. So protons being lighter, they are going to straggle, to have more lateral straggling, as you can see here, and you start with a beam which has a full width at maximum of 1 millimeter, and you are at 14 centimeters, you are at 4 millimeters. So this brings a difference in the capability of surrounding your tumor and protecting healthy tissue. We can see that in this bottom left image. What you see here is from 5 to 5 centimeters in a water phantom. They have positioned. This is from this reference here. I will give you the talk. I don't know if the organizers will want that. I can provide a talk at the end, and you can go to these articles and read this with detail. What was done here is every 5 centimeters, they have positions of film, a normal photographic film, which is black and becomes impressed. And when it becomes impressed, it turns white. And what you see is that at 5 millimeters from 5 centimeters from the entrance, the circle irradiated by protons on the top and the circle irradiated by carbon ions on the bottom, they look the same. But if you go, this is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. If you go to the 30 centimeters region, you see that the carbon ions, they contain the circle that you are hoping to irradiate, whereas the protons, because of lateral straggling, they have a penumbra, which is much larger. For example, if you have an optical nerve, as I have seen, for example, happening, I was helping with a therapy of carbon ions in terms of using in-beam positron emission tomography. I was looking at the images, and we saw this. We saw sometimes the optical nerve coming parallel to the incoming beam, and we had a precision of 1 millimeter, and the patient was informed there is a probability that you become blind. But the patient was also informed, because I was translating from German to Italian the appointments with the doctor. And we were also informing that we have by law to inform you that there is a probability that you become blind, but we can also tell you that other patients have come here and this has not happened so far because of these lateral straggling. So I am talking to the future people that will decide whether we bring protons or carbon ions to Portugal or to the United States. And I want you to know that carbon ions are better than protons, but they are more expensive. If you want an installation facility with protons, this costs between 30 and 100 million euros. This includes buying the ground, in building the walls. I will show you in a second. If you're talking about carbon ions, we go to 170 million. But the Italians have done it, the Germans have done it, the Austrians have done it. The center with which we are collaborating, and you must know it, because for those of you who are in Texas, you know that in Houston, you have the MD Anderson Cancer Center. This is maybe the most advanced center in the world. They are in talks with Hitachi, the fabricator, to bring a carbon ion facility to the United States. So both of them are growing because they are more simple from the radiobiological point of view. Protons are growing faster, and also because they are cheaper. But carbon ions, Professor Gerhard Kraft was my academic supervisor. He told me, for the tumors that we treat so far, for every 10 million population, we need 2 facilities. But this number will grow as we prove that carbon ions are better in other treatments. For example, they are now treating with carbon ions, they are treating pancreatic cancer, which is a very difficult to treat cancer. They are also treating prostate with protons, and I will show you some examples. So these are the physical advantages. Another physical advantage is the following: because carbon ions and protons, they are charged particles, you can apply the same principle of cathode ray tubes. They are sensitive to magnetic fields. So if you put a magnetic field given by a bipolar magnet on the horizontal axis, you can deviate your beam to the left and to the right. If you put another magnet in the vertical position, you can deviate your beam from the top to the bottom. So you have 2D scanning. You can paint your tumor in a slice that you see represented here by positioning the beam more to the left or more to the right or more to the top compared to more to the bottom. So you can really paint it. It's called tumor painting. And then we want to irradiate another slice that has passed the previous one. We change in the cyclotron or in the synchrotron, cyclotron for protons, synchrotron for carbon ions. You change the energy of the beam, and if the energy is higher, you are going to reach a deeper tissue slice. Or if the energy is smaller, you will reach a more proximal tissue slice. So because they are charged, these particles, with this type of technology, you can really do tumor painting, which allows, for example, I will show you in a second, which allows for such a delineation of a tumor. This is a transverse view of a patient. This was really a patient, and this is the CT, the transverse view of a CT. And what you can see in dark red is the tumor that must be irradiated. If I would put my hand here, this would be larger than my hand. I'm talking about tumors that are larger than 1 liter, and we have irradiated them and successfully. If you look on the right, you have IMRT that I'm pointing with my mouse. This is intensity modulated radiation therapy. You need 9 portals. That means 9 directions. Let's have a look at the medulla here, which is connected to the brainstem. This area cannot be irradiated. And the yellow curve, which is here, and it is going around, is 55% of the maximum dose, whereas the 55% in this case is on top of the brainstem. So as I will show later on, and I can tell you right now, the tolerance dose is being reached, and you cannot increase your dose to the tumor with a megavoltage X-rays, whereas you can do that with carbon ions because the dose is going around the brainstem, as I'm pointing with my mouse, and it's sparing this very critical, very radiosensitive organ. And because of this, we could do dose escalation, and the results were really better. Now, this is a typical difficult tumor to treat. You have the optic nerves, the optic chiasm. This is where the optic nerves cross partially. You have the eyes, you have the brainstem. The tumor is in the very, this is one of the most higher irrigated regions in the body. So it's very difficult to do a surgery here, because if you touch one of these veins, you may have the patient dying on the table. And then you also have the spinal cord, everything that is propagated in terms of nerves, of impulses, neurotic impulses, they go through the spinal cord. So this is very difficult to treat. This is what happened, for example, in this young lady. And what you see here is that her right eye, left on the image, was being pushed away from the normal direction due to a tumor that you can see here, a tumor that was pushing the nerves and the muscles outside of their normal direction. And with carbon ion therapy, only 6 weeks after therapy, you see that the tumor has disappeared. And this is the result on the patient, okay? Professor Dr. Debus is the person in front of this project, and he has two PhDs. He has a PhD in physics and a PhD in medical as a medical doctor. And I saw one of his presentations, and he said, "I have never seen this in my entire career. In 6 weeks, only such an inverse resolution of the tumor." Okay, so we have compared here carbon ions with IMRT. Let's do a comparison because protons are much cheaper, so they will grow faster. And they also provide, if we come back to the profile, they also provide a break peak profile, and they have no dose after the break peak, whereas the carbon ions, they have some dose because they suffer nuclear reaction, and the projectile, which is a carbon ion, becomes, for example, 3 alphas. And alphas, they have less atomic charge, so they will travel more, and then you have some dose past break peak. So it's not, we cannot say in all cases carbon ions are better, period. Sometimes protons could be better. And what we have here on the left are the transverse, the sagittal, and the coronal view of a low-grade glioma of a 38-year-old female. So a woman, 38-year-old, being irradiated with protons, just two fields, intensity modulated proton therapy. And you see mostly here, if you can go to this publication and read the details, but what you see here are the hippocampus closer to the tumor, hippocampus far away. And you see it here also. And what you see is with protons, you can spare the hippocampus with still giving a high dose to the tumor. You can also give a high dose with a volumetric intensity modulated arc therapy, which engineer Paulo Cesar explained to us. So coming from very directions, moving constantly. And what you see here is that there is some non-negligible dose being delivered at the hippocampus. And this is deemed as being clinically relevant for this patient in particular. So the patient was moved to proton therapy instead of mega voltage X-ray therapy. This is how they operate in the Netherlands. They have 3 or 4 centers with protons. I have visited one and did some experiments there in the imaging that we are talking about. We are collaborating with one of them. And what they do is that in normal centers, when they see treatment plannings like the ones that we see on the right, where they say, no, there is too much risk of doing damage to the hippocampus. They have the software to do the treatment planning with protons, and they do it. And if they see that there is a better results, then they send this patient to one of their proton therapy centers. I believe this is what we should do in Portugal, okay, and all over the world. This is what is being done at, this is what they will do at MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston, Texas, USA. Another important advantage of protons, you don't need the carbon ions for this. You can see here in the irradiation of a pediatric medulloblastoma. What you see on the left is the result of intensity modulated radiation therapy. It's written here. And you can see that the heart of the patient, a kid, a child, the heart of the patient is receiving, I don't put here all the details, but you can go to the dose volume histogram, and you see that the heart volume is being pinned to 29.5% of the irradiation dose with IMRT, which is the one represented on the left, to 0.5% only for protons. This is very important for this child. Okay, so bringing protons is a matter of bringing more future to the patients that are irradiated. Maybe here they both have the same dose in the medulla. You still have to irradiate all the cranium, all the brain, but this patient would most probably have problems as he grows with a heart being irradiated, which is not the case if the irradiation is done with PT, proton therapy. To all of them, I give you the references so that you can read more if you are interested. International Journal of Radiology, Oncology, Biology, Physics, 2004. So let's still continue on the rationale for hadron therapy. What we see here is on the top, a proton delivering ionization, so electrons being ejected from the trajectory. And you see that on the perpendicular direction, you have in nanometers, the X direction perpendicular to the beam. The beam is coming in the Z direction. And what we see for carbon ions in water is that when they are about to stop, most of the ionizations are concentrated around the beam track. So let me just see how I'm doing the time. Okay, so it's fine. They are concentrated around the beam track. This means that you can do not only the very important double helical damage that engineer Paulo César told us. You can impinge here what is called clusters of DNA damage. So it's very much more difficult for the tumor cell, to recover in this condition. And whereas in the entrance, where you have 10 MeV per nucleon in the entrance, you have not so many ionization density. And this is not achieved with protons. So in terms of radiobiology, what is important here is the following. You have for the radio, there is an important variable in ions, which is called the relative biological effectiveness, and it comes from this scenario that I'm showing here, the increased cluster of damages to the DNA. And what you have for this RBE, by definition, is the dose of gamma rays or megavoltage X-rays divided by the dose in an ion that give the same ISO effect. What is this ISO effect? You see it in the middle image in the right, survival. You have 1.0 survival, so all cells are viable, and you have less than 10%, you are in the 4 or 5% in the region where you want to kill all cells. You can increase this by doing more, by irradiating from the left and then from the right. You will have 4% times 4%, you would come very low here. But what is important is that the physical dose that you see in the top curve is going to have to be multiplied by the RBE, relative biological effectiveness. And then if you multiply the bottom blue curve by this, you get the top pink curve. That means you can control your tumor not only better physically, but also with a biological reasoning behind it, okay? This I'm not going to discuss. I'm just going to show some clinical results to point out how important carbon ions are. This is a salivary gland carcinoma in advanced stage, and you can see it here that after 60 months are 5 years, you have 75 to more than 75% of probability of control of the tumor. And if you do it with a IMRT, the radiation, you are at around 25%, and this is maintained. Very important. So this points out the importance, for example, for this type of cancers to treat with carbon ions instead of megavoltage X-rays. Very important. You may be asking, this is not very good for the remaining 25% of the. So if this will be 75. It will be 25% of the patients, the tumor has returned. What I've seen when I was in Germany is that in some cases, there were not many, but there were some. The result was not zero. The tumor was coming back after 1 year or 1.5 years. You can see it here. It can go all the way to 5 years. And the distribution, I'm sorry, I'm going to show it again here. The distribution that you have when you are trying to control a tumor this big with two portals, you have a lot of space to enter and do what is called a re-radiation. You cannot do that with the treatment on the right because you are on the 50% already in these regions. And in this, for example, in this region you will have, or if you count from this region, you have the spinal cord, or in here you have the optic nerves, etc. Whereas if you irradiate with carbon ions, and this is also true for protons, you can re-irradiate from another direction without passing, for example, here in the ear region, not damaging the ears. You can come, as I saw happening, with two directions coming in oblique directions, two portals coming in oblique directions, and you can re-irradiate even these patients, and then the results talk by themselves. Let's have a look at results done by a medical doctor from the United States, so not connected to the therapy in Germany. And what you see here on the x-axis is biologically equivalent dose. This is radiobiology. The alpha to beta ratio equals 2. It defines the type of tumor that you are treating. I don't think it's good to go over this. This is radiobiology. I could explain it, but let's just say this is the linear quadratic effect of the survival curve. What is important is that the local control at 5 years with megavoltage X-rays for, it's written here, skull-based chordomas. A chordoma is a tumor in the base of the a bone tumor, very difficult to treat, and you are at 50% local control at 5 years with X-rays. Whereas with protons, which are here, proton 1, the open circles, you can reach with increased dosage. Increased dose, you can go to 80%, whereas with carbon ions, they started at 60, and with the increase of dose that I mentioned, they went to 90 and even reached 100%. This is amazing. 100% means full eradication of the tumor in all patients. Or you can compare protons. Am I okay? Yeah, I think I'm okay. You can compare protons with carbon ions, and you can see that, for example, for NSCLC, which stands for non-small cell lung cancer, 80% of all lung cancers are NSCLC. And you can see that you are reaching 100%, also close to 100% with protons. Carbon ions are slightly better. So in this case, maybe protons would be good. But what is important is that by doing this increase in dose that you see here, the biological equivalent dose, you go for this non-small cell lung cancer, the alpha to beta ratio is 10, and you see that with carbon ions, you still do a little bit better than with protons. But protons are very good in many aspects. Now I'm going to talk about the rationale. This is one person here is represented by the mouse. You have 3 ion sources. These are vacuum pipes. This is a synchrotron. In the straight lines, they are accelerated the ions to 80% the speed of light, and then they bring it to the horizontal treatment place or to a vertical treatment place. Or what they did in Heidelberg is they have constructed, this is amazing, you are accelerating ions to 80% the speed of light, and then you have to construct a gantry that rotates, because it was seen that it is better for the patient to have an irradiation from all directions, and they have constructed this. So this is one person. These are rooms for brachytherapy, for production of radiopharmaceuticals, for conventional radiotherapy. This was constructed and it costed, Siemens is now operating it, and the total amount of money was 130 million euro. It's not that much if we compare it to the number of proton therapies that you would need to achieve the same result. The aim was 1,000 patients per year. I just read this not more than a month ago. They have reached 700 patients per year. And now these are the gantries for protons. You see here a person, so the bunker, the size of the installation is much smaller, and if you want to have a rotating gantry, this one normal facility costs 20 to 30 million euro. May I continue? So yes, I'm still have through. These are the number of facilities you have in red in operation. Dual ion. Dual ion means that they can irradiate with protons and with carbon ions. This is Heidelberg. This is Marburg in Germany. You have it in Austria. You have it in close to Milan in Italy. And now something very important for the people from the audience who are doing their studies. Maybe you already know this. There are more than 10 centers being planned for protons in Spain. This was the director, the founder of Zara. He saw that there is a business opportunity. It's not just to do good for the people. From the point of view of business, it's also advantageous to have a proton facility because you are treating, I don't know, with 20,000 euro every treatment on this order of magnitude. And if you can reach 700 to 1,000 patients per year, this is a business that brings return on investment. So this is not updated. You should have 10 centers. There's one in Galicia. We have been there. We are collaborating with them in Coimbra, LIP, where I do my research. Even in the islands, they will have a therapy facility. So there are more than 166 centers of protons or carbon ions in 31 countries. You can take a look at this slowly by looking at later on at my talk. But this message is clear. Portugal should go after these, and we are doing that, clearly trying to bring one center to Portugal. Now, if we go, let me see how we are. I'm going back to the index, in the outline, and I see 1548. I think I have about 20 minutes. Let's see why we should have imaging in hadron therapy, and let's see what is in-beam positron emission tomography and what is prompt gamma imaging. So let's go on the rationale for imaging in hadron therapy. These are just 2 slides. Okay, what you see here is a coronal view of a patient with a lung cancer. This is lung carcinoma, which is delineated here. And what you see is that if the patient is breathing, as you see on the image on the right, the tumor has moved outside the irradiation location. So there are 2 solutions for this. Either you do gated irradiation, which is you synchronize your irradiation to the breathing cycle, and every time the person is in this position, the patient is in this position, you irradiate. This costs time, and time is also bad, not only from the point of view of money, but also from the point of view of patient instability. If the patient has to stay 1 hour, it will start moving because it's unstable, and this results in a worse treatment. Or you can do a larger area irradiation, which is being done today. Or, as I saw some colleagues that were doing their PhD when I was doing mine, you can try to have some beam that is following your tumor. This is one case in the lung, okay? Now let's look at prostate irradiation. The top and bottom irradiations correspond to the same patient. And what you see here is that from the outside, if you look at the patient from the outside, there is not much difference in what you see at the skin level. Yet the patient has positioned himself in such a way that the tumors, this is the femur bone or the head of the femur, is positioned differently. And if you take the one from the top to the bottom, you see that you are crossing more or less bone when trying to arrive to your prostate. And this means that you are giving either more irradiation to your colon or to the bladder, or you are giving less irradiation to the tumor. Both are very important from the point of view of outcome. You can do damage that you don't want to do to the very sensitive organ, which is the colon and also the bladder, or you can do less irradiation in the bladder. So we are going to present two systems that try to see if the irradiation is going as expected without having to do a CT every day. Okay. And the image finally for rationality for imaging in radiotherapy, the bottom right image actually happened to a patient being treated. Oh yes, I have the references here. You can check them later. This happened at PSI in Villingen, Switzerland. They were irradiating a patient, which you see here on transverse view. The green profile is the tumor that must be irradiated. And the patient came with a cold, a normal cold, you know, like coronavirus, or he just had a cold. And they started irradiating. They made a treatment plan, and they saw this. And then the patient, you have to do irradiations with carbon ions. They are about 20 days. With protons, I don't know, they can go to 30 days or even more. And a few days after they started, the patient was much better from the cold. And they asked, what about all these mucus that we see here, all this filled cavity with a material, biological material? Can it be that it decreased because the cold is gone? And they did a new scan, and in fact, the cavity was free. And they said, we have to replant, re-irradiate. Otherwise, we thought that we were losing some energy here, and then we're arriving to the pharynx where the tumor is located. And now we are not losing energy. We are arriving further down to much further than the pharynx. And we can arrive to the parotid glands, which would, if irradiated, will take much of the quality of life of the patient. Or we can arrive to the spinal cord, which we don't want. So they replanned. And what happened is that the patient, some days later on, the cold came back. He was again with symptoms of cold, sneezing and dropping nose. And they redid, I'm not showing it, but I've talked to the person, to the medical physicist who was present there. And they said, this first situation occurred again, and they had to replan again. So this is the same, just giving an example of a tumor reduction in the area between the eyes that results in the irradiation of the spinal cord, or in this case, it's already the brainstem, which is very problematic. And I'm going to go down and then back. Okay, I'm sorry. There are two ways to account for this. One is with the principle which is represented here by doing positron emission tomography in beam. It's written here, in beam PET, in beam positron emission tomography. You can have a patient being radiated in anterior is here, anterior posterior direction, or in the posterior anterior, and there will be some nuclear reactions of the beam with the patient, with the nuclei of the patient, and you will create radioactive nuclei. Among these radioactive nuclei, you will create beta plus emitting nuclei. So if you don't know, beta plus is one of the types of radioactive decays. And the beta plus emits a positron. That's what beta plus means. It's a positron which will move about its creation position with about 1 to 2 millimeters distance, and then annihilate itself with an electron and give two gamma rays in opposite directions. And you have gamma ray detectors, as you can see here, on one side and on the other. And you detect these gamma rays in coincidence. They say, that is, if a gamma ray comes to this crystal, the other one will come in the opposite direction to the crystal which is opposing it. And then you do a mathematical reconstruction, and you can have, now I'm going back to where we were, and you can have, this is the expected beta plus activity in one treatment, and this is the measured beta plus activity. So this is really what I was working on my PhD. You have the dose, and you see that the tumor is on the left part, right on the image, left part of the brain stem and of the vertebral column, so the medulla. And you have to stop before, because this is very active dose over here. If you, by some reason, if you go over here, you are killing an important part of the patient, which is you may be killing the patient itself. So you are stopping just before the brainstem and the spinal medulla. All electrical pulses that come to the rest of the body of this patient, they pass over here, so you cannot irradiate this area. And what you see here, by simulation, we calculate the expected activity, and there is something that you see here. How can you have activity so far away from the place where the beam was coming? Let me just see how I'm doing with time. Okay, I have 10 minutes. I think I'm fine. So what happens here is that there is biological washout, and there is some activity which is being produced, and then it's being transported by the blood circulation into other regions. And this is what you see here. For example, it is impossible to irradiate here and do a mistake that brings your activity. This is what was measured to the other side of the brain cell. This was blood that did it. What is important to see here is that these profiles that are very close together, they match the bone where the activity was supposed to stop. So in-beam PET is really an important tool in order to see if you are doing a good treatment without having to do a CT every day. So you are monitoring the irradiation with the valid tools, and you are even not giving extra dose. You are using the treatment dose to see your irradiation. There are many details about this. Is not straightforward. You have a lot of nuclear garbage, nuclear reactions that disturb measuring, and you have to throw out some events. But I'm not going to go into details. This is the sketch of an in-beam PET with a synchrotron for carbon ions. You can do the same for protons. Actually, I did that in my PhD, but let's move. Or let me just say that you can do it with protons also. These are profiles that are expected. These were done by Professor Katja Parodi or by Dr. Fine Fiedler from Germany. And carbon ions, you can always have a profile that you try to correlate the dose, which is here in red, with the measured activity from in-beam PET, which is here in dashed blue, and in the other cases, the same. Let me now talk about the last imaging concept that we are investigating. Because you suffer from biological activity in beam PET, sometimes you want to have an answer to the medical doctors to say, is the treatment going as expected or not? And you cannot, because you see a blur which is given by the blood circulation that takes the created irradiation, the beta plus that were created, brings it to another location, as I showed you, and then you cannot give an answer, everything is fine or not. Then we thought of the following. What if when the pencil beam is coming, okay, be it protons, be it carbon ions, the pencil beam is stopping at a certain region, and there are nuclear reactions occurring in this line that stops here. And these nuclear reactions, they create neutrons and gamma rays mostly, and other small particles. But if you just look at the gamma rays in a sliced collimator as it's represented here, so this representation in black and white, these are slices positioned perpendicular to the plane of the image. And in between these slices, you have air. So this gamma ray, which resulted from the incidence of a carbon ion or a proton into the target tissue of the patient, this one, which is oblique, is going to stop because it cannot pass through the tungsten sliced collimator. But all these that are perpendicular, they will pass. They go through air, and they will give a signal in a gamma ray detector, which is positioned past the sliced collimator. Most importantly, there are no particles being created after the beam stops. So if this is the last gamma ray, this corresponds to the last position of the beam. So you are doing imaging with what we call prompt gamma. It's written here, point 4, prompt gamma imaging. This means the gamma rays that are created immediately during the irradiation of the patient. They don't suffer from biological washout because this decay happens in less than 1 nanosecond, so 10 to the minus 9 seconds. And we have made several investigations in the head, in the pelvic, in the prostate, and I'm just going to show one in the head. Let's suppose we are trying to irradiate the pituitary gland with a tumor that goes into the bone. So the pituitary gland is positioned here where I'm pointing with the mouse, and in the middle we have the pituitary gland, but let's suppose that this tumor went also into the bone that surrounds it, which is the sphenoid bone. Because you have to irradiate every day, you may have a situation, this is a conjecture, so an hypothesis, where you have brain tissue that is hypodense or hyperdense. Hypodense means, for example, if you are every day doing damage to the vasculature, and then the brain becomes corrupted, so to say, between quotes, corrupted with water. There is water being leaked out from the tissue, and the density then is smaller. You have hypodense brain. Or you can have the opposite. You can have hyperdense brain. You are irradiating your brain and your bone, and when you do a scar, when you do a damage to tissue, immediately on the hours next to it, you are starting to form proteins to do scar tissue. And in this case, these proteins are denser, more dense than the brain. You have hyperdense. So you have, as a result, you will have, this is the XCT on the x-axis, and the dose on the y-axis. You will have the patient being irradiated. In black is the normal irradiation stopping with protons. This is the distal edge of the Bragg peak, so the fall off region. And if you have a brain with less density in blue or with more density, 4% only, 4% different in density, you will have differences as large as 4 millimeters, 2 more to the right or 2 more millimeters more to the left. And the question is, and I'm finishing with this, can such a detector as the one represented here distinguish between these two situations so that we tell the doctors, no, there is, from day to day, there is a change in brain density which is affecting the range of the protons. And this is the result. What we have is the penetration depth in X, and in the Y-axis, the counts that such a system sees. What you have in orange is the dose distribution in a normal situation. This is this dose distribution that you have here. But now and you have in the dashed line, in the distal fall off, the range. And what you see is that the black curve at the 40 to 50% is crossing the range as expected, whereas the blue curve has 2 millimeters more to the right. Every beam is 2 millimeters. So this beam to the right, like here, is 2 millimeters. And if you have the brown profile of what you see with the detector, you will see that the counts are moved to the left. But very important to say, and I'm finishing with this, this has been published, you have the reference over here. Very important to say is that these counts are occurring in 3 milliseconds. In the next 3 milliseconds, the beam has moved to another spot. So this irradiation that you see here, this occurs in 3 milliseconds, and then the beam is scanning to the left, to the right, or to the proximal or to the more distal position. So you have 3 milliseconds. It's impossible to tell a human, look at this distribution of lines and tell me if there is something wrong in their positioning. But you can have what you see here on the right, a mathematical algorithm that takes from the 70% to the 20% and says, okay, this is the crossing at 50 of the blue profile, of the black profile, or of the brown profile. And you will see that if you have a computer going on, reading the detector and going on a spot per spot, the computer can put a flag up and say, no, something is different here that shouldn't have happened. So this is why worldwide people are going after this concept that I presented here. There are also other concepts, but for time refrains, I'm going to stop with these. And we have been to the proton therapy center in Holland, in Delft, the Netherlands, and we are trying to measure with a scalable, small scale detector, and we are processing this data, and it looks like we are going to be able to see these differences. Okay, thank you for your acknowledgement, for your attention, and I am now open for questions. This was 1 hour.
So thank you, Professor Paulo Crespo. It was really interesting talk. We have one question in the chat. Can you see? So, how does the biological effectiveness of proton therapy compare to traditional photon-based radiation therapy in the treatment of cancer?
Okay, that's a very good question. Protons, there is still an argument, and it's still under discussion. What is the RBE for protons? And in treatment planning, what they do is they multiply the full scale, the full path of the protons with a RBE of 1.1, because it has not been established whether the RBE is 1. RB equals to 1 means that the effectiveness of the dose is equal to that of megavoltage X-rays. But it looks like there is an enhancement, which is 10%, so you have to multiply by 1.1. More importantly, in the last micrometers of the, let me see if I have, no, I don't. No, I don't. I had that in another talk. In the last micrometers of the path of the protons, it looks like the RBE is increasing, but for the moment, this is being neglected, and the RBE is 1.1. So I hope to have answered your question.
Yes, thank you. And you also refer that you believe that it's still possible to have a center for andron therapy in Portugal. So do you think that is still possible? And which cancer patients would benefit more of this kind of treatment? Do you think that there is a specific group, a specific type of cancer that would benefit more, or will be equal for different types of cancer?
No, I know for sure that there will be some types of cancer that will benefit more. Bone tumors, prostate cancer, this all is being investigated in Heidelberg. We have a Portuguese there doing an excellent job, Professor João Seco, and they are irradiating step by step. For example, I was collaborating with them when I remember there was a patient from Spain. They wanted to treat, and they said, we cannot. We have only authorization. We have to go step by step, cancer by cancer type, and establish that this is better than the rest, and then we can irradiate it. So I'm sure that there are some cancers that profit more, but I'm not a medical doctor. I cannot give details. I mentioned a few that I saw, as I said, bone tumors, prostate, and they are also treating with carbon ions. They are treating the pancreas, which is very difficult to do surgery. And there will be more, but I'm not the right person to answer in full details. But even because this is an ongoing question, I think the best response is to take a tumor, see if it's. There is something very important that I forgot to mention, and I'm going to mention now. All tumors are diagnosed localized at around 50% probability. For tumors that are metastasized, this whole presentation does not fit. Okay, so if you have tumors that have metastasis, then radiotherapy is not a solution. It may be a solution to avoid the side effects of it, but not with a cure intention.
Thank you. We also have another question in the Q&A. Fernando asks if does the volume of tumor and location have an important weight in determining the technique?
Yes, very important. If they are close to organs at risk, then you should. Okay, I can give you an example. I give this talk when I was doing my PhD. I came to Portugal. I gave this talk in several places, and one of them is where Engineer Paulo César is working. And then they got a little daughter, not daughter, a little child, a little girl, 9 years old, who had a melanoma in the back of the eye. Can you imagine that? The skin in the back of the eye, in the eye orbit, developed a cancer. And they said, we cannot treat this here. We cannot arrive to this place without doing damage to the brain. And then they contacted me, and I contacted our medical doctors. And this was a Thursday. And I said, I will do the translation of all the documents that you have regarding this girl. And on Thursday, they contacted me. On Monday, she was being treated in Heidelberg. So it's really important if the tumor is going in places very difficult to operate, to surgery or to irradiate, then proton therapy is a must, or carbon ion even in some cases.
So thank you, Professor Paulo Crespo. It was a pleasure. We hope to see you again in a new edition. So now we'll move to a break. We'll return at 4:30.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Welcome everyone. Welcome to this second part of this course. Now I will present the first speaker, which is Professor Oliver Jackel. Professor Oliver is the head of the Division Medical Physics in Radiation Oncology of the German Cancer Research Center. The two main research areas developed by Professor Oliver are the introduction of an adaptive radiotherapy based on high-quality images and light-ion therapy like MR-guided. Because of this, and considering this experience today, Professor Oliver will speak about the new methods in radiotherapy guided by MR. Thank you, Professor Oliver. When we want.
Okay, let me share my screen. So you should see my screen now, right?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Very good. So yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. Yes, I'm going to talk about, as you heard, on what I called MR-guided radiotherapy. I'll give you a little bit of the basics, what we are doing here and why we are doing it. So let me start. Where's the... Okay, here we are. So this is an overview of what I'm going to talk about. I will briefly talk about what we call in radiotherapy image-guided radiotherapy, or IGRT. We love to have these abbreviations. So IGRT is what is commonly done nowadays in most of the hospitals that offer radiotherapy service. But I will also tell you what the limitations are, so what we cannot do with this technology. And then I will tell you why it's interesting to use MRI for guiding our radiotherapy, and talk briefly about two different approaches. One is the so-called offline approach. So there you have an MRI not integrated in the treatment machine, but separate to the treatment machine. And the other one is really the integration of both machines, so-called hybrid machines. And then there's a couple of points I want to mention about challenges. It's mainly about the physics challenges that we have to deal with, but also what it means for the clinical workflow. And in the end, I'm mentioning a couple of clinical trials and approaches, how this new technology is being used clinically and what can be achieved with it. So let me start with really the fundamental rationale of most of our developments in radiotherapy. Working as a physicist in radiotherapy, there's a lot of work we are doing trying to improve therapy, and most of it aims at improving what we call conformality. Conformality means we want to treat and deliver a high dose only to the tumor volume and restrict the normal tissue volume that is included in the high dose region as much as possible. Now, this sounds, of course, natural, and everybody would agree that's a good idea to not include normal tissue in the high dose region, but there is also a radiobiological principle behind it, which to some extent can be quantified, and that is the so-called volume effect. These are some curves here that what you see is a so-called NTCP, that's normal tissue complication probability. So it means plotted as a function of dose. And it's schematic here, so there are no units. It's actually from a textbook, but there are data on animals where this has been explored. So the idea is if you look at the probability to introduce a problem in an organ, in this case here it's the lung, and the lung would not function anymore if you deliver a very high dose. And what the probability that this happens is a function of dose, and these are these typical sigmoidal curves. Maybe I switch on my laser pointer. So these curves here means at a very low dose you don't see anything, and then you have an increasing probability, and at some point it's 100%. That means that you always have a failure of the organ function. And if you include the full lung volume, so 3/3 of the volume, you see this is basically the dose where this happens in 50% of the time. Now, if you decrease the volume to 2/3 or only 1/3, you see that this curve is shifted to the right to higher doses, meaning that you can, in fact, deliver higher doses before you see the same effect or before you reach the same probability. And that's an important fact. That it's for many tissues, many of the critical organs we have in the body are working like that. And it really means that it's not just like our gut feeling telling us we should not deliver high doses to normal tissue, but there's also really a mechanism behind it. If we can reduce the normal tissue volume in the high dose region, we have a higher radiation tolerance, meaning we can deliver higher doses and probably then achieve higher cure rate. So there's really a good reason to do that. And that is really behind basically most of the technology which we are developing, be it to go from cobalt gamma to high energy X-rays, introducing modulation of the intensity, so IMRT, sorry, or going to particle therapy. All this is aiming at more conformation and increasing the tolerance of the normal tissue. So that is really the main idea, and by doing so, improving the outcomes and not increasing any normal tissue problems. So, what are the technological advances? This is a nice slide. There would be more pictures to show how over the years we could improve, but this is, if you would go back to the 80s and you would have such a skull-based tumor, which is really located here in the central part of your skull, close to the skull base, the bony structure here. What would have been done is a box of 2 or 4 fields maybe, and what would happen is that you have basically all the way through the brain, you have here the full dose, and you see even here in this area, which is the temporal lobes, you have even a higher dose than in the tumor volume. And this is simply the reason because at that time there was no intensity modulation. There were only very few fields being used, square fields, not collimated to the form of the tumor. And that was really still the case up until the 80s. And the problem is then, if you do it like that, you are restricted by the tolerance here of the normal brain tissue. And that means you cannot deliver a reasonable dose to this tumor, which is sufficient to cure it in many cases. And this is basically, there would be a lot of steps in between showing you the technological development, but this is like the end of the line where we are today. This is with proton therapy, where we can bring a lot of dose into the tissue with a lower dose outside. We can do beam scanning and we can nicely really shape volumes. And this is showing you really how nicely we could spare all this normal tissue around here. It's a little bit cheating. There's a very low dose level of maybe something around 10–15%, which is not shown here, but it's really not a significant level. So the high dose is really nicely conformed. You see the red area is looking, or is only here in the tumor volume. This is what we mean by conformation, and this is what increases the normal tissue tolerance. Now we can increase the dose and also increase or improve the outcomes, if you like. Yeah. And looking at this, let's say static images, we have a CT image to do what we call treatment planning. And we have the technology to deliver a very complex treatment here, for example, with particle therapy, but there's also other techniques like rotational therapy, etc. We can create very conformal dose distributions. And as a physicist, I would say this three-dimensional problem of conforming the dose to the tumor has basically been solved. So we know how to do that, and we can deliver such doses actually with an accuracy of in the region of 1 to 2 millimeters. So we're very accurate and precise with that. Now, the problem appears, of course, if you have a moving organ, and that's a different story. Now we're looking at the additional factor of time, and that is actually, as a physicist, we would call it the fourth dimension. You know, space-time, it's like 3 spatial dimensions and 1 temporal dimension. So if we look at the fourth dimension, what we typically do is, and we have a moving organ, we have to do some tricks which kind of compromise our aim and what we can achieve. Here's an example for a hepatocellular carcinoma. So in the liver, you see it's a relatively large volume here. And there's a couple of circles around. And these circles basically mean that we not just only treat this dark area. This is what we see in the CT images. If we have contrast agent, we can see this volume, or also an MRI. And this is typically called the gross tumor volume. So that's what you see in the images. We know that there is part of the tumor that we do not see on the images. That's the clinical target volume, the red yellow line. It's in this case just a few millimeters. So that's an area where tumor cells may be migrating, but we don't see them in the image. So we make it a little bit larger. That's not a big issue. And this is what we want to treat now. But we know in the liver, we have the problem that liver is just under the diaphragm. So when we breathe, which is of course what we want our patients to breathe, the whole liver is starting to move up and down easily by 1 or 2 centimeters, depending really on the case. Let me just shut the window, sorry. The helicopter coming. So, and the way we target this motion, this up and down motion, mainly up and down because of the movement of the diaphragm, is we increase the volume here, that's the so-called internal target volume, in the superior and inferior direction. So to make sure that even if the tumor is moving up and down by 1 centimeter or 2, we still hit it all the time because we have a static treatment field. We don't know actually how the tumor is moving while we deliver the dose. And all around that, there's another one that's the planning target volume that accounts for all kind of uncertainties, like setting up the patient. We do an initial image, and that also has uncertainties. So in the end, you see there's a considerable amount of normal tissue that we deliberately include in the high dose region, just to be sure to hit the tumor in each breathing phase. Because if we are not doing that, we would miss the tumor at some time points, and that would not give us a good outcome right away. And that means we have to compromise our treatment in order to make it successful in the end. Yeah, but that also limits again the total dose we can deliver, because we increasing that volume. Now, the problem is a little bit looking at these 2D images. We often forget that these margins may not look very big, but you have to remember we're talking about volumes, not just 2D slices. So, and we often do not have a good feeling of how big is the additional volume that we include. And this is a nice example given by a colleague in a publication about image-guided radiotherapy. So if you take an orange and you peel it, the peel of the orange is not very thick. It's just maybe 5 millimeters. So it's much less than the diameter of the orange. But if you pile up all the peels, I mean, the total volume, it may, I mean, of course, depending on the diameter, it may easily be in the same region of the volume you want to treat. And that means basically, if we want to limit the normal tissue volume, every millimeter counts. It's not that a millimeter you might say, it's not a big difference, but it is because it's a 3-dimensional volume, and the larger the volume is, and the more is this volume is in this additional margin. So even a small margin may include a very large amount of normal tissue. So that's why it's so important. And to give you some ideas what we are doing most of the time conventionally in our clinics, That's what we call the standard image-guided radiotherapy. What we're using there is, there's two devices. Most common is that in addition to the treatment field, you have an X-ray system mounted, and that X-ray system, typically it's perpendicular to the treatment direction, allows you to take an X-ray image, a projection first of all, but by rotating the machine around the patient, you can produce also a volumetric image. It's not the same as a diagnostic CT, because in diagnostic CTs, you know, the patient is moving through the CT. Here, the patient is lying in a fixed position, and we have not a fan beam, but we have a cone beam. So we have one beam which images all of the volume at a time. So it's only one slice, if you like, one rotation that we make. And that is what's called cone beam CT or CBCT. So a cone beam CT, that's a typical picture here in the pelvic region. You see here the bony structures of the pelvis, and you do see here also the inner anatomy, but what you realize is that there's a very low soft tissue contrast. And the reason for that is, so you nicely see the difference to the bony structures, but you don't see a lot of differences in the soft tissues. And the reason for that is that due to this coney geometry of the imaging, there's much more scattering in the images. There's not a good separation. And like in a fan beam geometry, in a diagnostic scanner, you have collimators so that you really just measure what's coming along this fan line, which is a few millimeters wide. So you have much less scatter, which improves the contrast of your soft tissues. There's also other possibilities. There's machines where you directly use the treatment beam, so the megavoltage beam for imaging. You can also do that. The problem here is that at these high energies, the absorption cross-sections of the different tissues are getting more similar. So you see everything is kind of washing out a bit. You only see the bones now, and really the soft tissue structures are very difficult to identify. That's specifically for the so-called MV cone beam CTs is even worse. There's one machine like the tomotherapy, which is using that concept, but it really does not allow you to see directly the structure of the inner organs. Yeah, so that's not what is very satisfactory. And also here, if you look at it, if you would do that, I mean, for the prostate or for the cervix, you would not be really easy or directly see where the tumor is, if the tumor is growing or shrinking or moving from day to day. That's very difficult to see on these images. But again, this is what we have in our clinics today. So what we do with it basically is that we, let me see, it doesn't, sorry, I have to go back with the pointer because it doesn't move forward anymore. So what it is used for is mainly what we call setup corrections. So when we position the patient on the table and we take such an image, what we nicely see is the bony structures, and this can be visualized really very accurately. So we see if the patient is positioned accurately. If it's even off by 1 or 2 millimeters, we would see it, we could correct for it. What we don't see is if the tumor relative to the bony anatomy is still in the same position. There are some tricks. We can put in some implants in some organs, not in all of the organs. So that would maybe give us a little bit of an idea, but it's not really that we see directly where the tumor is. So that is the limitation of the state-of-the-art, basically, image guidance with conventional X-ray systems. Yeah, it's a limited resolution, poor soft tissue contrast. Of course, we also have additional radiation because you're taking these images. There's different philosophies. In some centers, you do it daily. In other centers, people are more concerned about the dose, so they do it only maybe once or twice a week. And you only really do it basically to check for the setup, which is good. It already makes quite some improvement, because if the patient from day to day would be, let's say, even by 2-3 millimeters in a different position, you would again need a larger margin. And if you're sure that the position at least is the same, you only have to deal with the internal motion and not with the setup correction. So it's an improvement, but it's not giving us really the solution to the problem of organ motion. So here's, for example, another type of images that we have been producing with MRI. Now, MRI has, of course, the advantage that it gives us a much more detailed image. And to show you that, this is a series of images here on the top. That's for a cervical carcinoma patient that was treated in our center in Heidelberg. And here you have the planning CT volume, and you see the tumor volume, the bladder, and the rectum at the time of the treatment planning when the CT was created. But of course, that's sometimes weeks before you start the treatment. And then when you start the treatment, you have these cone beam CT images. Now, this is what you get. I mean, these are the images, and you have to look really carefully to see anything. I mean, you see that something is ongoing here in the rectum. Yeah, that's of course what happens from day to day all the time, because the rectum may be full or empty. Yeah, so it may even vary within, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, but you don't really see where's the bladder, where's the tumor volume. And what we did in this example in the study, that's already some years back, some more than 10 years actually now, we said, okay, let's take the patient in treatment position on the tabletop of the accelerator. We can move the tabletop to what we call a shuttle and bring the shuttle to an MRI, which was next door. So we have been taking the patient in the treatment position to an MRI. Now, this was the MRI at the time of planning. And this here are the images 2 weeks in the treatment. And if you look at it, you see already, I mean, you see a change here of the bladder and the rectum, but you also see that the tumor volume is smaller than it used to be at the beginning of therapy. And yet another 2 weeks later, it's even smaller. And at week 6, which is more close to the end of the therapy, it has shrunken quite significantly. And in this specific case, actually, the reduction in volume was at the end of therapy 90% of the volume. That means already here in week 2, we are treating a volume that we started with, which is according to that volume, which is too large for the volume at that time point, and getting basically, there's more and more normal tissue moving in because the tumor is shrinking, right? And this is what we want to compensate for. So that's why I call it basically 4-dimensional adaptation, so adaptation over time. And generally this is called, if we would correct for that, that would be called adaptive radiotherapy. And again, we like acronyms. Adaptive radiotherapy, that's ART. Yeah, we like to have these acronyms, and ART is a specifically nice acronym. And doing adaptive radiotherapy is really an art, because there's a lot of different ways how to do it, and we have not yet completely solved the problem. Because the problem is, of course, how do we deal with these images? These images were taken just before the treatment or after the treatment in that case. But you need to react to it. That means you need to adapt your treatment plan. You need to do replanning calculations. You want to check if what you calculated is correct, and then you want to deliver it. And this is what you want to do every day. So, but let me summarize. The MRI really has the big advantage that it has an excellent contrast. So you really see what you want to see, your tumor volume, and it has no extra dose. So you can take as many images and as long as you like. There's no extra dose, so it's no harm for the patient. And it's an ideal solution or tool for adapting radiotherapy. Now, this is the so-called shuttle-based solution or offline MRI that I was talking about. It was a feasibility study that we started some 10 years back. And you see here that the shuttle, and the specific thing is this here, that's the, we call it a hoverboard, because you see here this pipe, it actually is connected to something like a vacuum cleaner. Only difference, it's not sucking air out, it's pumping air in if you switch it on. And that means that this whole tabletop where the patient is positioned is moving a few millimeters up. So you can very easily move it from one table to another, what you see here, from the shuttle to the treatment table, or from the MRI to the shuttle. Yeah, so this is the workflow. So you can basically, with the patient in the treatment position, very easily shift the tabletop with the patient from one system to another. Now, this is, of course, a little bit of workaround, because ideally we would like to have both on the same machine. But this is something that we used, as I said, some 10 years ago, to have the next best basically solution, having the MRI with as little motion in between as possible, and that is using such a shuttle-based system. So again, I have to switch off my pointer, don't know, otherwise it wouldn't move any further. So this is actually now the step, or the idea of integrating an MRI into a conventional radiotherapy system. And the initial idea for such a hybrid device was put forward by Jan Lagendijk from Utrecht University. In a abstract he submitted to the European Conference for Radiation Oncology, the ESTRO, in the year 2000. So it's already a quarter of a century old. So actually in 1999, he had this idea and submitted this. And actually the reaction of all the experts in the field was quite unified. The reaction was, you're crazy, you cannot do that. There is no way how you can combine an MRI scanner with the electron linac. If you think about it, both systems use RF systems, on the one side to accelerate your electrons, and the other side to measure signals. So the RF of the accelerator would kind of influence the system of the MRI. The MRI, on the other hand, uses magnetic fields, strong magnetic fields. This would influence the operation of the electron linac, which is reacting very sensitively to magnetic fields. So most people said, you're crazy, that's technically not possible to combine these machines. Well, but this is how it is. The people said, well, we're going to try it anyway. We try to make some compromises. So this was the first design that they came up with in 2004. The idea was, and I will come back to that later, is a specific way, a specific magnet, which is dissected into two parts. We call it a so-called double donut. So it's two rings, and there's a gap in between, and this is the gap where you operate the linac. They started to do experiments on simple systems, so not a patient MRI, but fixed magnetic fields. They moved to a first prototype, which was then already 10 years later. You see here the MRI scanner, and here is a tabletop linear accelerator that they use to treat through the MRI. In 2012, they started working on a prototype where the linac is mounted to the machine and rotating around. And in 2014, actually, they had a third prototype, which was already looking like a clinical system, which was then already used to treat a first patient. And in 2018, it was commercialized, and Elekta as a company took up the concept. I mean, they took it up earlier, but they actually came with a product which you can buy today and which you can use to treat a patient in an MRI scanner with an electron linac. Yeah, and you see it's a relatively big machine, of course. But it looks from the outside, like many other machines, imaging or treatment machines. It's just one of these tubes where the patient is moving in. Where is my mouse? So this is a little bit in more detail how this system looks like. It's called the Elekta Unity. So Elekta is one of the big vendors for electron linacs. And that's the way how they solved the problem. I've shown you that or told about it before. It's two magnet parts. So one magnet is here, another one is here. There's some metal parts that keep it separated because there's a lot of, I mean, the magnetic forces tend to pull them together. And this is the area where you have no coils, and you have, due to the design, a very low magnetic field that's indicated by the field lines here. It's a field which is below 50 milligauss, actually. And this is the area where you have a ring mounted for the linear accelerator to be moving around this area so that you can treat from any directions. So that is the idea. There is, of course, a small residual magnetic field here, and there's still the problem of the RF. But again, with clever shielding, you can at least partially solve that problem. And a first patient has been treated on the machine in 2018. And it was quite amazing. Already 3 years later, there were round about, this time there are 100 machines sold by the company. So the concept took off quite quickly. Although this is you should be aware that this is a quite expensive concept because it's much more expensive, of course, than a conventional linac. So it's prices maybe 4 times, 5 times as if you would only buy a standard linac. There was another company that actually suggested a different concept, and I'm quickly going over that. The idea here was, and I should say the Elekta system uses a 1.5 Tesla magnetic field, so a full diagnostic scanner. In another company, the Vuray company, they said, okay, let's go to a low field magnet, 0.35 Tesla, so a very low field MRI, because that causes less headache, less problems. And let's not go for a linac, but let's start with cobalt sources. So they built a very similar system, a split bore system. Here is actually no material in between. There is no cryostat. Here you have only a couple of outer connectors and the 3 cobalt sources rotating around doing the treatment. And in fact, this was like, some people were laughing at it because it was like a technically much simpler version. But that one actually avoided a lot of the technical problems. I'm not going through the details here. And they could start treating significantly earlier with that system already in 2014. I don't have the numbers here. And the system was built in such a way that it could be upgraded later on to replace the cobalt sources and put the components of the LINAC into these 3 pots where actually the cobalt sources were. But with this, actually, they treated the first patient in 2017. So very similar to the other machine. Still, this is a low field MRI. The other one is a 1.5 Tesla. So these are the 2 machines on the market that have been built to solve the problem. And they both arrived with patient treatments at a very similar time. This is how it looks like. In the end, actually, it uses a MRI, which is based on a Siemens system, while the Elekta Unity uses an MRI, which is similar to or is basically a Philips system. And this was the first patient treated with the cobalt sources in 2014. So in a way, MR-guided radiotherapy is not a drastically new concept. This has already been used since about 10 years clinically, but at that time in relatively few machines only. So there were not many machines in the first few years, of course. This is how it would look like from a patient perspective. So the 3 sources, basically cobalt, or then later on the LINAC is of course only one source, but this is also rotating. So, and you have collimators here that collimate the beam towards the volume, that you want to treat. Now, what you can do with this machine, and that is really what I want to show you here, is this is really, it's a big change in radiotherapy, because this is really for the first time that we are able to see with a high quality image what is happening in our patients while we deliver the treatment. So imagine all this cone beam CT imaging and stuff, or X-rays, they have only been done before the treatment. So you take an image and then you start the treatment. Here you can continue to image the patient while you deliver the treatment and while you deliver the dose. And this is an image. Of course, what you're getting is not the same quality of images that you have in diagnostic MRI. And this is here for the low field system, the 0.35 Tesla. But don't forget, we don't want to do diagnostic imaging. So we're not looking at the same details as in diagnostic radiology. Here, we want to see the anatomy and how it moves. And what you can do is actually you can take not the full volume, but you can take 1, 2, maybe 3 slices in a very short time, so in like 30 milliseconds, and do that continuously. So here is an example of a lung tumor treatment, actually, where you see the beating heart, you see here the patient, you see the lung is not moving because this is in breath hold. So now the patient is breathing again. And when the tumor volume is coming back into this region, because an inhale, the lung is moving up, and then you start treating. And when basically based on these images, the tumor is moving out again, you stop treating again. So I'm showing this again. This is the beating heart. That's the inhale, breath hold situation. And then the patient breathes again, you stop. And by doing so, you can actually deliver the dose to a much smaller volume. You don't have to treat a large volume to make sure that you always hit the tumor, but you make sure that you hit the tumor by what we call gating. So you basically trigger the radiation to the time points where the tumor is in the right position. And the fact is that you see it during the delivery, and that's of course the big advantage. So that is really the brand new thing about these systems. So it's really for the first time that we can see what we are treating while we treat. And the other thing is the very improved image quality. So even with the low field scanner that you see here, MRI of the inner organs as compared to a cone beam CT, you do see that this gives you much more detail and better possibilities to really identify the tumor volume. Also, you see here artifacts, these streaking artifacts, which come from bony structures, etc. So it's really, even though it's not diagnostic quality, a huge improvement of the image quality that we have. You've seen that picture before. And really, this is like 10 years back, this was sensational. It still is, because it gives us, for the first time, the possibility to see what's ongoing while we treat. I mean, before that, we've always been assuming, making assumptions how the motion is. We could look at the motion before the treatment, but not during the treatment. And I can tell you there's a lot of things that clinicians have seen using this MRI during therapy. Some things were confirmed that they expected, and other things actually were not quite what they expected. And in some cases, they have seen larger motion than what they actually have been expecting. Now, I told you already about the challenges of building such a machine. So it's not trivial, of course, to put such a machine together technically and to have a satisfying quality of the treatment and of the imaging. But then if you have it in your clinic, there's still another couple of challenges that you have to circumvent. And this is shown here. So first of all, I'll go through this very quickly. There's what we call the electron return effect. So that means that we are treating with X-rays. And of course, the X-rays are not being deflected by the magnetic field. That's not the problem. That's neutral radiation, so it's not being deflected. But the dose that we deliver to the patient is due to secondary electrons. And the secondary electrons, they will be influenced by the magnetic field. And there's a specific effect which sometimes may cause some problems and which has to be addressed and which has to be solved. The next problem is that in order to calculate the dose distributions, these nice colorful pictures, we need a electron density distribution, because electron density is needed to calculate how much of the X-ray dose is absorbed in the patient. If we don't have electron density, we cannot easily calculate dose. So what we need is, but we only have an MRI with the patient on the table. I mean, we have CT that we have done maybe prior to treatment, but then during the treatment, we only have the MRI, but we want to recalculate the dose. So what we have to do is to calculate what's called a pseudo CT. So we can, for example, take the initial CT and deform it according to the actual MRI of the day. But it turns out that this kind of image transformation is extremely challenging and has quite some inaccuracies. There's some other methods how you may arrive with a pseudo CT. Then next is MRI is not, let's say, geometrically as accurate as a CT image is. CT is basically a projection of the inner organs. You have an X-ray beam which is not being deflected. There's some scattering maybe, but other than that, it's not being deflected. It's only absorbed, and you measure the absorption. So in a way, it's a projection image that you use to reconstruct your 3D volumes. Now in MRI, the spatial information is actually encoded in the magnetic fields. So you have these gradient fields in all three directions to make sure that the signal that you measure is encoded in a different frequency depending on the position where it comes from. And it means that any inaccuracy of the magnetic field, be it the base field or the gradients, this is turning into an inaccuracy of the position, and that leads to image distortions. There's even distortions of the image geometry basically through the patient itself, because the patient is influencing the magnetic field, and that introduces a disturbance, and that actually leads to a distortion of the position. It's not large, but it's measurable. Yeah, it's susceptibility artifacts actually, that as we call them. Then I told you we have the problem. We're using MRI daily, but we have the planning, the CT. Also, this registration of CT to MRI, because it has different information, is not a trivial thing. So we really need good, what we call deformable image registration, which is not still today, I would say, not completely and satisfactorily solved. Also, we want to be fast. We want to take an MRI and then react and change the treatment. So we need to automate a lot of these steps. For example, the contouring of the volumes, which is to some extent still done by hand, specifically for the tumor volume, that has to be automated as much as possible because it simply takes too much time if we would start to paint with our mouse, computer mouse, these volumes. So this calls for auto segmentation. That's fortunately one of the problems which is largely solved, I would say, to a high degree. Then there's more to come. We need to measure the dose in our machine. We need to calibrate them, for example. We want to verify if what we deliver is correct, at least in some cases. But that means we have to do dosimetry in the MRI scanner. And these scanners use a supramagnetic scanner, so superconducting scanner, sorry. So that means you don't want to heat up the magnet and switch off the field for every measurement. So usually that's not done because it's very expensive. Also, you have the helium that you need for cooling that would be gone. So usually you have the constant magnetic field all the time. And that means you need to do dosimetry in the magnetic field, which has, the same problem of the electrons in your chamber being affected by the magnetic field. And actually, one of the first things you learn if you learn about how to do dosimetry is that you shouldn't do dosimetry in a magnetic field. Here we have to do exactly that. And again, this is a lot of work went into that to solve that problem. Excuse me. And last not least, the whole workflow of putting the patient there, taking an image, adapting the contours, redoing the calculation, making some quality assurance to check if everything's right, and treating the patient is also very demanding for the clinicians because they have to constantly make decisions on what they see, and this has to be done in a more or less structured way. So very briefly, a few pictures about that. That's the electron return effect. As I said, the electron return effect means that if an X-ray beam is coming in here, that the secondary electrons are being deflected. So this is without a magnetic field. This would be with a parallel magnetic field, and this would be with a perpendicular magnetic field. And this is the situation that we have in these linacs because we have longitudinal on the patient axis, the magnetic field, and the beam coming up in perpendicularly. And what happens is, it's not a big deal in soft tissue or water because there the ranges are not so big. But what happens if you have such an interface like you have it in the lung, suddenly you have a much longer range of your secondary electrons in this low density tissue. And that means your electron make a turn and come back and actually hit here on the surface and increase the dose. That's why we call it electron return effect, simply due to the Lorentz force. It's a bit tricky to calculate because you basically nowadays you can only do it with Monte Carlo simulation codes. So you need to be able to simulate that in a Monte Carlo simulation, which is able to track these low energy electrons and do that on a patient geometry. So basically on a CT based system. So there have been quite some studies again here for different geometries. Perpendicular is what we are mostly interested in. And what you see here for the single fields is that you have these effects here that at the interface of the lung tissue to the soft tissue or bony structures, you have a significantly higher dose. Now, this can be solved because if you can calculate it, you can also optimize for it and try to reduce it. But first of all, you need to have in your clinical routine a Monte Carlo treatment planning system that can deal with it. You can also see that the problem is less present if you have the B field parallel to your beam. There's one system which also allows for that. It's an experimental system, so that's why I'm not going into it. Actually, there the electrons are basically being focused around the beam axis, so you don't have that problem. I would consider that problem basically being solved. It was initially considered to be a huge problem, but it turned out that using several fields and optimization techniques, we can actually deal with it. This is just a few words about this pseudo CT or synthetic CT. I'm not going into the details here. There's a variety of approaches. So some people use so-called atlas-based. So there you have a bunch of CTs and MRIs from the same patient at the same day, and you relate them. And then you basically, if you have your specific patient, you go into your atlas, look what is coming close to this, and take this pair of image and basically deform it a little bit so you don't have to completely come up with a new image. There's other ideas, and the most common being used today is, of course, that we use deep learning approaches to directly generate from the MRI image a so-called synthetic CT, which is giving us a reasonable estimate of the electron density. And I would say that for the applications with X-rays, this is basically a quite good solution, which comes down really to less than 1% accuracy in terms of dose that we calculate. So also that is something which is quite accurate, but still here, for example, there are some commercial solutions, but only for some body parts like in the pelvis and in the head. And like for the lung, you wouldn't be able to do it clinically. There is no algorithm which can easily solve that. I think I can skip that here. That's some problems which you sometimes have with the MRI. There's so-called ghosting artifacts, etc. So as I said, MRI has specific artifacts which sometimes lead to problems when you calculate a synthetic CT from it. The dosimetry, just to show you what we have been doing, what we did a lot of measurements. So it's because it's also depending on the size of your chamber. So a small diameter would give you a different response than a large diameter. It depends on the magnetic field strength. There's quite a number of factors. What we did is use, and you don't need to do this in an MRI, you can do it in a static magnetic field where you introduce a chamber and put it in your LINAC field and do experiments like that. And we've done really a lot of these measurements and compared that with Monte Carlo simulations, which is also not trivial because the effects are not always very large and you need to be really very accurate with your simulations to come to an agreement. And this is actually what you can get. You see here these effects in terms basically relative effects here for different diameter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 millimeter of the chamber, and with different magnetic field strength. So, but you can see that can easily be effects of like here 1%, 5%, here you have 7% effects, 8%. So something between 1 and 10% roughly can be these effects depending on the diameter of your chamber, and that's the size of your correction. So it's not a small correction, but you have to measure it. And the most important thing is problem I would say, there is not really a clear recipe. And in dosimetry, typically we have so-called codes of practice, which clearly tell us, so it's basically like a cooking recipe telling us what to do. That's not yet there for magnetic fields. So here you really have to look into if you find data for the chamber you use, for the magnet you have, and to really correct for that properly. So which is of course compromising a little bit the accuracy of your dosimetry maybe, yeah. And then we have the effect on the clinical workflow, and that's maybe the most important to show you the way of thinking. So what we're doing conventionally, if we do not adapt, I told you we have the patient coming in one day for CT and MRI. Usually we do both because MRI gives a better soft tissue contrast, better for delineation. Then we do with these images what we register these images, which is easy typically because it's done on the same day in the same position. We need to segment the images and optimize the dose. And then what we typically do in the clinic is we take the treatment plan before we deliver it and do measurements in a phantom to make sure that it's correct. And then we have the patient coming in, we do the setup images, the X-rays. You see here this color-coded scheme means basically showing us where how good the agreement is, and if it's not all the same color, you would have deviations. And if everything is right, we treat, that's with the patient on the table, and then we deliver the treatment. But the delivery is, of course, not done in a single day. That's a typical delivery is in fractions of 2 gray per week. So if you have 60, I don't know, this would mean you have 6 weeks, 5 days that you treat per week. So that's 30 fractions of 2 gray would be a dose of 60 gray that you would deliver. So it can easily be 6 weeks, could also be 7 or 8 weeks, depending on the dose. And you basically repeat that all the time. And over these 6 weeks, plus maybe the 2 weeks it takes you to do this initial steps, so easily 8 to 10 weeks, you assume that your images and your geometry is always the same. This is exactly the problem. So we're not talking about what's happening from one day to another. We're talking about what's happening over the weeks and also during the weeks of therapy. So, but that's the classical concept. Just repeat what you do every day, which has been for many tumors very effective, by the way. Yeah? Now what we want to do is we want to really treat every patient every day with the optimal plan. So what we are doing now is we break up that concept. We We do an initial planning, but then we have these online MR images, and we have to do all these steps that we did initially here, to repeat these steps with the patient lying on the treatment couch. So you cannot take an hour for that or so. Yeah, you can also not take the patient off, do a measurement, and put the patient back. You don't want to do all that. So you want to use the image and do everything as quick as possible: the image registration, the segmentation, dose optimization, and some form of automated QI. So some forms of checking what you calculated, if all that makes sense, and deliver that right away. Now, this workflow is much more demanding, because you can, of course, expect, if the patient is lying on the treatment couch, you don't want to make a mistake. You don't want to delay things. Everybody is more stressed. And you need a clear path to go through that, and clear decision points, how to continue if you adapt or you do not adapt, because you maybe don't want to adapt for every tiny little change that you see. Yeah. The other thing is really that this calls for automation, and it really is an area where, at the moment, I would say most of the developments in software are going in this direction, to make this process faster and more reliable and automized in a way. So, and this is basically where a huge potential for AI applications is. So there is, it's hard. I mean, if you look at the number of publications over the last 10 years in this field, it's really an exponential growth. And there's a lot of methods being tested, and also a lot of progress being made. But we're not yet there to do this in a very short time. It still takes something like maybe 15, 20 minutes, depending on the complexity of the case. But we are not yet there to do this, what we would like to do, and that is at some point to do it in real time. Because ideally, you want to take a picture and directly treat the patient with an adapted plan, or maybe directly react to the motion in real time. And this is what we are still working on, but that's really the long-term goal. This is to show you what we can do today with this relatively slow daily on-table adaptation. This is an example of how we can spare normal tissues and improve the treatment. This is an example of a lung tumor. We call these ultracentral lung lesions, because they're directly next to the mediastinum and involving critical structures. Here is the esophagus, which is actually, this is at the time of planning. You see the esophagus is closed, but not just touching the high dose region. And here on this day, basically, it's the tumor volume is moving into the esophagus, or the dose volume, which would mean you would cause some, or to have a risk of damaging the esophagus. And the other thing is here the large blood vessels, which also you want to spare. And this is a way of showing you how you can adapt for it. So you need to segment these things. You need to recalculate, look at the distribution, make a decision, and then you can deliver this treatment every day. I should say that the whole process for the patient, I mean, from walking in the room to walking out of the room, can easily take something like 40 or 50 minutes, yeah, for such a case. So that's why I say the automation has to be improved, and everything has to be done faster than we are today. I mean, we can do it, but it's still not optimal. In this case, by the way, here, the reduction was about 20% of the dose in this total treatment. And again, I'm not going into all the details here, but 20% is a lot, believe me, and it helps you delivering a higher dose to these tumors. Now, there's something more with MRI that you can do, and that's just not looking only at the anatomy, but MRI also gives you a possibility to look at the metabolism of your tumor. So this is a CT, and this is let's say the gold standard for metabolic imaging. That's FDG PET, so fluor desoxyglucose, which is giving you a signal which is proportional to the metabolism in the tumor, which is, as you can see, a lot increased, because tumors consume a lot of energy to be viable, and that is actually what you see in these PET images. So they are often used to define the volume more clearly that we want to treat. And what is very similar actually is if you use so-called, functional MRI images. So these are the standard anatomical images, T2 weighted MRI images, showing you the anatomy of this lung tumor. But this is giving you a signal called diffusion weighted imaging, diffusion weighted MRI, or DWI. And what you see here is a bright signal in areas where the diffusion is limited, meaning that water molecules cannot move away, and that's why the signal remains quite stable where it is. And that is, and it's not 100% clear, but that's the interpretation. If the water molecules cannot move, it means there's a high cell density, a very solid tumor. In a solid tumor, the water cannot diffuse, and that's why you get a strong signal. And if the signal is disappearing over time here from week up to week 3, before radiotherapy, week 3 and week 6, this is reduced, meaning that the solid part of the tumor is becoming smaller, and that is giving us, first of all, an idea which are the vital parts of the tumor and how does it change over time. So we can use that to adapt also here the dose distribution. That's another way. We cannot just change the size, but we can also say, okay, we add a little dose to this active part, and we change this inner part of the dose distribution, this high dose part, over time according to the functional image that we see. That's one way to deal with it. Yeah. I have, I think, 2 more examples. What you also can do with such a system, and that is really something which has changed the way we deliver radiotherapy on these machines, because lymph nodes have always been a problem in the sense that you usually see a solid tumor, and then you know that many tumor cells are being distributed over the lymph paths in your body. So you see the lymph nodes, the infected lymph nodes, and they are typically included in your treatment field. And very often this is simply done by making a large field, so having a large field including all the lymph areas to make sure that you hit them. You could, of course, imagine to treat them separately. And this is shown here. If you would do this with a cone beam CT-based system, you could deliver such a separated field, but you're running into trouble as soon as these two lymph nodes, I mean, you see them maybe even in your cone beam CT. It's very difficult, but maybe you can even do that, or you can register it to your MRI. But then this is basically it. You cannot adapt if the 2 lymph nodes move into different directions, which is exactly what's happening here. So here you can still maybe catch this one lymph node, but not the other one. This is moving out because you would need a very large volume to make sure that you hit it. And you see here, you completely miss one of the lymph nodes. While with the MRI, you see the lymph nodes daily, and you can directly adapt to the position of these lymph nodes and deliver 100% of the dose to the lymph nodes every day. And this is really something new, and that's why they have this funny title here. The idea is seed and sap it, so you really can see the small lymph nodes and treat them directly rather than treating a large volume as we do it conventionally, because there you cannot go to higher doses and you have less curation in the end. So it's really a shift of paradigms, also a shift of paradigms in the so-called clinical target volume concept. So the way how we define our clinical target volumes, and this is part of the lymph node, so the volume we want to treat, we can really go now to smaller subvolumes and treat them separately. This was, by the way, work by the colleagues in Utrecht, which they're really at the forefront of how to use that. Just a few pictures. That's a system we installed recently in the cancer center here in the building where I'm now standing. That's again a shuttle-based system that I've shown you before. It's actually just a little bit more modern, and we combine it with a 3 Tesla MRI, which is next door here. Sorry, that's the MRI, and that's where the LINAC is. That's an Ethos LINAC, which is using again a quite modern cone beam CT system, but now we have in addition the MRI image of the day. And what we want to do here, and this is what I want to show you. I'm not going into the details of the Ethos system. It's a closed system, so you don't simply see the components. It's all encapsulated here, and it gives you quite high quality cone beam CT images. But what I wanted to show is this here, because we want to use these additional MR images, not so much to adapt the volume, because that's what we can already do quite nicely with the cone beam CT. But having the MRI offline gives us more time for functional imaging. So what we want to do is we want to take repeated MRI image during the course of therapy and analyze the images if we see a change in the images already during the course of therapy. So usually, you know, you have your treatment going on for 6 or 8 weeks, and then you come back maybe a few weeks later to do an MRI, and then after 3 months, 6 months, etc., that's what's called follow-up. And there you see, is the tumor coming back? Is it not coming back? Are there side effects, etc.? Now, what we would like to do is to see, using neural networks and deep learning algorithms, can we find in these image series that we are taking, and this is here, for example, for on the left side for a CT. Now we have MRI images giving us much more details. Can we see in these very detailed images that we can take several times a week already signatures which tell us about what might be the outcome? Of course, we need a control, a group for that, where we know what the outcome is, but then we can train a network, and perhaps we can find what is called so-called imaging biomarkers. And that would be really a big benefit if we could already, during the course of therapy, make an assessment of the potential outcome. So is the tumor reacting? If yes, we may say, okay, then maybe we may even increase the dose. Or if we see, no, the tumor is not reacting, then you may restrict the dose, because you say, okay, if we are not curing the patient, we can at least limit the side effects. So that would be a huge benefit. And again, it is connected to a lot of data science work going in there to be able to predict these things based on the images. The biggest challenge, also to say that, is that we need a relatively large amount of images, which is always in a clinical setting difficult to get. And just to give you an example of what these images look like, I think that's then the end of my talk. This is taken in the system we have. It's a patient that was treated end of August, and early in October, we've been taking these images here. It's a lung tumor. You see that's different sequences showing you a little bit different image quality and diameter. Most important here is again, the diffusion weighted image. And what you see here nicely is here, the water molecules are stable. You have a bright signal, but already here, 4 weeks later, you see a much reduced signal, meaning there is much more diffusion, and the tumor is obviously less solid, although the volume has not changed so dramatically, but this area where the diffusion is happening has changed significantly. And this is what we want to use more systematically using deep learning algorithms. But this takes time, because we have to acquire a lot of images and follow up the patient and then train our algorithm. And with this, I think I will come to the end. I will skip this part here, and I think I will simply stop, because I wanted just to give you as an outlook, of course, just the possibility to also use MR guidance with particle therapy, which is much more in an experimental stage, but it would also be needed, because in particle therapy, we are also very accurate in delivering the dose, but we are kind of lacking the very good possibilities of image guidance, and it's very tempting to combine MR guidance with proton or ion beam therapy. But let me stop here, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Oliver. We, at least till now, we don't have any question in the Q&A section, but I don't know if someone wants to make a question. We don't have questions. I don't have a question, Professor Oliver, but I have a curiosity. You showed in your last slides about the approach related with this type of project, that related with the input of the information of MRI. It's a possibility to have also a spectroscopy information included in this kind of approach?
Yes, of course. You mean MR spectroscopy? Yeah,
yeah.
You can do that. The problem is a little bit that with MR spectroscopy, you need to define a certain volume. So if you do it with a high resolution, it takes a lot of time. And it would be good to have an even higher field strength. That would make it a bit easier. Yes, you can do it. And people are actually looking at it, because what you can then see is, even with a limited spatial resolution of a few millimeters, you can check for specific metabolites, for example. The problem is a little bit that we have not yet identified, let's say, clear signatures for the tumor response connected to these metabolites. So as soon as we have that, of course, it would be an interesting approach. So at the moment, we're looking at these functional images, which is mainly looking at diffusion because it's relatively time efficient. We can do it in a relatively quick way because that's, let's say, you don't want to have the patient like lying in the MRI for another 45 minutes or so, yeah? I mean, with an offline MRI, you can in principle do it because you don't care about the difference to the treatment time, yeah? Because you can treat while you image a patient in the other room. But let's say the imaging time is a little bit the problem overall. And it's really, we're just beginning. And I can tell you it's different for every tumor. We're looking for different signatures and we have different patterns, and this needs to be understood, and that's a lot of work to be done, but it's very exciting.
Yeah, and then when you join the effect of radiation,
Yeah, that's a very good point, because that's also something we have to distinguish. Of course, tissue is responding to the radiation. I mean, on a short term, of course, we are more interested in the long term. So we also don't want to adapt for something which is maybe going away within a few days or just after the treatment. So we have to differentiate the short-term effects from the long-term outcome. And that is also a tricky thing, yeah. We know that tissue is reorganized during irradiation.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. We have now one question here in the Q&A section. We have the question is, what would be the best Monte Carlo code to validate new treatments with hybrid technologies, MR, LINAC?
I would say that depends whom you ask. There's different people that have been using different codes. Let's say commercially, as far as I know, at least in one of the systems, they use the EGS NRC, because that was traditionally used for dose calculations with X-rays, and which can track all the secondary electrons very nicely, also for dosimetry. That's the one that we are using, but there's also now Cheon codes, or let's say derivatives of the Cheon code, which are valid. The problem is always you really have to validate these codes and make sure that you have all the proper settings. So I wouldn't say one code is better than the other, but specifically here, you need to track the low energy secondary electrons. That's the tricky part. And most of the time it's EGS that's used for that.
Okay. Professor Oliver, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you very much to be with us. So
thank you.
Thank you. Now I will move to the next speaker. The last speaker of today, which is Dr. Inês Nóbrega. First, I want to thank for accepting the invitation. It's a pleasure to have you again in this course. Dr. Inês Nóbrega is radiation oncologist at the OLS Coimbra and also assistant professor of oncology at the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Coimbra. Related to clinical practice, Dr. Inês has a special interest in rectal cancer and also in breast cancer treatment. Today, she will speak about advances on target organ delineation and clinical applications. Thank you, Dr. Inês.
Hi there. So it's always a pleasure to be here with you, and thank you so much for the invitation. I think after listening a little bit of all the lectures that were just spoken this afternoon, I think I'm gonna do a little bit of a summary of all this because well, big improvements and major concepts have already been talked about. Well, without ado, I'm just gonna share my screen. Okay, I think you can already see it, right?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, okay, great. So I like this slide because this is a picture of the same person, almost a century apart. So if a lot changes in a person's life over a century, naturally a lot changes also when it comes to medical specialties. Well, it has happened to surgery. We are no longer doing the barbaric scenes that we see on the left side of the screen. So nowadays we are achieving procedures that are highly accurate in terms of surgical technology. Medical imaging has shifted completely. So these are the pictures of the first CT scans that were done on the right, and that already changed so much what we could do a few decades ago, when we were just relying on plain scans of the skull. And this is just an example. So nowadays we are going completely on a different direction, much more functional related imaging, and systemic therapy also has changed a lot. So a few years ago we just had chemotherapy. Nowadays we have targeted therapy, immune therapy. So we are much more specific on the targets that we are approaching the tumor. So when it comes to radiation therapy, of course, a lot also has changed in the past century. So late in the 19th century, the X-rays were discovered, and soon after that, the so-called first oncological treatments with X-ray radiation started to be performed. Obviously, back then, radiation was used a bit to do everything. So this is the picture of what would be known as the radium girls. These girls were known for painting the clocks with the paint that was added a little bit of radium, and they used the pencils that were to sharpen the pencils. They used the lips. So that came at a cost. Later on, I will show you the pictures. But back then, what was called the radioactivity was used for absolutely everything. It was complete mumbo jumbo, but it was used for beauty creams. It was used for water. It was used for wood polish and for butter. But everything you can imagine had a little bit more strength if you had some radium. Unfortunately, that sort of behavior had consequences. And this is an example of a tumor of the jaw of one of those radium girls. And suddenly, when these sort of problems started to appear, radiation was seen as a danger and no longer as the cure for everything. So it was only in the beginning of the 20th century that the first oncological treatments were actually taken in a serious way, and were published in magazines that even today are considered a reference, like Lancet. So this is an example of one of the first radiotherapy treatments performed on the cheek of a young baby with an endothelial tumor, and that's effectively with the radiation therapy treatment, this disappeared. So obviously, the machines that were used on the first days and the first linear accelerators that you are seeing here on the right are no longer used. Obviously, we are completely ahead of those days. So nowadays, as you already heard this afternoon, we are using photon therapy. We are using proton and heavy ions particles. We are able to track the movement of the patient in order to provide highly specific treatments that can achieve higher doses, and also with lower side effects. So this is an example of a proton therapy. I'm not going to stay here because I do know we have already spoken about this afternoon. So these technical improvements that we have seen over the past century, and I think even more effectively in the last 50 to 60 years, have completely changed the way that we do treatment, the way that the patient is handled. So nowadays, we no longer use the one-size-fits-all approach. So nowadays, we are completely using a precision medicine, a personalized treatment, where the image of the patient and the biology of the tumor, they all become together, they all come together in order for us to define the best treatment possible. So when it comes to daily practice in radiotherapy, we have two main approaches. We have external beam radiation and brachytherapy. The main difference is that in external beam, the radiation source is far from the target volume, so it's away, it's far from the patient. When you say far, it's usually like a meter away, and we usually use photons and electrons in our more common linear accelerators. Whereas in brachytherapy, the sources of radiation are actually do not enter circulation, but they are put inside the tumor or very close to the tumor, to the target volume. And why is that radiation therapy? Why is it that it is so important? Well, effectively, when you consider all cancer patients, more than half of these patients will need radiation therapy treatments throughout the natural history of the disease. And when we say this type of numbers, we are talking about patients that are treated in a curative way and patients that are treated palliatively. So radiotherapy treatment is actually a treatment that's quite successful. It's very time efficient. It's well tolerated, and although it comes at I would say a huge implementation cost when we buy the equipment, when all the work needs to be done to put a LINAC, but it is quite cost effective because the same machine, well, it treats thousands of patients, and when we compare that to other treatments like chemotherapy or other systemic therapies, well, it is quite let's call it cheap, and it is essential in cancer care. So this is a very known graph when it comes to radiation therapy in terms of radiobiology. What we want to preferably shift these curves apart. So we would like and we would prefer that the tumor would be destroyed at the lowest radiation dose possible, and that side effects would only happen at high radiation dose. Unfortunately, this doesn't always happen. So unfortunately, usually we need to take care of some side effects, because usually these curves come relatively close. So we need to optimize our dose in terms of achieving the major tumor control. Yet while we are delivering only some acceptable normal tissue damage, so we need to find a balance when it comes to this to the use of radiation therapy treatments. So there are some basic concepts in radiotherapy in terms which are known for the tolerance, the fractionation schedules that we use, radiosensitivity and radiocurability. I'm just going to go and talk a little bit about these concepts. So tolerance is actually what limits the amount of radiation that we can administer, and it is conditioned not by the tumor itself, but by the healthy tissues that are around the tumor. And what we consider to be a tolerance dose is those at which the rate of serious side effects becomes too high to justify the use. So it depends largely on the organ that we are talking about, and the tolerance of normal tissues depends on multiple factors, on the total dose of radiation that we are delivering, on the dose per fraction, the administration time, the volume treated. So it all comes into play when we decide the treatment that we do, because of the organs that are very close by to the tumor. Just to give you an example, well, usually when it comes to rectal cancer or to endometrial cancer, we perform treatments with radiation therapy that usually go to 50 something gray. You can imagine it's quite hard to give 50 gray on a rectal cancer patient, and to respect the limits, the tolerance dose for ovaries of only 2 to 6 gray, because ovaries are effectively in the same area. So we need to know this tolerance dose in order to speak to the patient about side effects that can most likely occur. And it's completely different to talk about just the example that I gave you, to a patient that is 70 years old, or to a patient that's 20 years old and doesn't have kids yet. So we need to be aware of these different tolerance doses. I also told you that another important aspect is the fractionation schedule. When it comes to fractionation, most treatments are still done with what we call the conventional fractionation schedules. That means that we do 5 fractions a week and we stop for 2 weeks. For a social convention, we usually stop at weekends, but we could effectively work on weekends. But either way, if the patient does 5 fractions, it needs to stop 2 days afterwards. That is what we call the conventional fractionation. Nowadays, we are shifting more and more to the so-called hypofractionation schedules, where we deliver higher dose, and we do a less number of fractions. So in conventional fractionation, the daily dose is usually 1.8 to 2 gray a fraction. And when it comes to hypofractionation, the extreme hypofractionation can actually go to 30 or 33 fractions. So it obviously it's a major change in the way that we deliver the treatment, and it can only be possible because of the serious changes in terms of technology that we have available. The other 2 concepts that I would like to talk about very briefly is this radiosensitivity, which depends on the tumor cell characteristics, and the concept of radiocurability, which is the possibility of actually controlling the tumor with the radiation therapy treatment. And it depends a lot on many factors, on the sensitivity of the tumor cells, on the volume of the tumor, on the patient's general condition. The tumor is not the patient, so we need to see the patient in a more global way. On the ability also of normal tissues to recover, because we cannot perform the treatment if we do not consider that normal tissues need to recover. Otherwise, the patient will not be able to tolerate the treatment. And also it depends on tumor location, that if it is too close to vital structures that only tolerate lower radiation dose, well, it can limit the way that we administer our radiation therapy. I would say our major organ at risk is the spinal cord, and we all know that if we have tumors that are located very close to the spinal cord, we need to be aware of the danger of very serious side effects. So the dose that we can administer is often limited by the tolerance dose of these vital structures. So we don't actually decide this on our own. So the treatment of cancer patients is usually discussed on a multidisciplinary meeting, where the medical specialties come together. To give an example, for a rectal cancer patient, it would be the gastroenterologist, it would be the radiologist, the nuclear medicine, the radiotherapy department, the medical oncology department, the surgery department, nutrition. Well, we all come together and talk about what's the best strategy for that specific patient with the disease. It depends a lot on the tumor, of course, on the pathology, but it also depends on the patient in terms of the prognosis that is expected, the performance status, that means the functional status of the patient, which comorbidities they have, what's the risk of acute toxicity, what previous treatments these patients have already had, and what systemic therapy are they on. And something that is extraordinarily important is what the patient wishes. So it doesn't matter if we choose the most fancy and state-of-the-art treatment if the patient is not willing to accept it and to go all the way. Usually, cancer treatments are not something that you can do rapidly. Usually, they are not sprints; it's marathons. So the patient needs to be aware that it's going to take a long time, and he needs to be committed to that, and we need to be committed to the patient's wishes after all. So what radiotherapy does, it's a little bit like, I would say, what surgery does. So both surgery and radiation therapy are treatments that are dealing with tumor control locally or local regionally. Whereas systemic therapy, well, it's a treatment that is administered and that it affects the whole body. So the tumor control is the main objective of the radiation therapy treatment, and what we want, as always, is to improve the survival of the patient and improve his quality of life. There are two main ideas when we administer radiation therapy. Either we do it curatively, and well, that can lead to damage to normal tissues to an acceptable extent, or we do a palliative treatment. And in that concept, we are not actually trying to cure the tumor. We are actually trying to control symptoms to improve the quality of life of the patient. And major side effects will not be acceptable because these patients already are in pain, and usually, so we need to control the pain. We need to control the symptoms, not to aggravate the symptoms. So curative radiotherapy can be administered exclusively. That means that it's not associated with any other therapy, but most likely it will be administered on a neoadjuvant way. That means previously to surgery, on an adjuvant way. That means postoperatively, or combined. So it can be a little bit of both. So neoadjuvant therapy, what we want with it, is to diminish, to reduce the risk of a relapse of the disease in the area that we are irradiating. We also use it to turn an unresectable tumor into a resectable one, to reduce the number of cells that would come into circulation during the manipulation of the surgery. And when we provide this sort of treatment post-operatively, we usually do it because, well, pathology gives us some characteristics that are associated with high recurrence rates, and we know that if we do not irradiate, sooner or later the patient will most probably have a relapse of the tumor in the same place that it was. But also, if there are unsafe surgical margins, that means margins that are too close to the tumor, or even the persistence of residual tumor. That means well, that tumor has been left on the patient either microscopically or macroscopically. On the palliative concept, we usually use it to relieve symptoms like pain, like fractures, or to reduce the risk of fractures, mainly in lytic lesions of the vertebrae. In cases of emergencies also, like the spinal compressions, obstructions, and hemorrhaging. Nowadays, with the evolution that all treatments have had in terms of surgery, radiotherapy techniques, and systemic therapy, nowadays we are, in most cases, in between. What I mean with this is that sometimes it's not very easy to say if it's a curative treatment or if it is a palliative treatment. Sometimes what was once very separate ways are now coming close and coming together. And that allows us the opportunity of offering treatments that are considered curative to patients that a few years ago would be only treated palliatively. When it comes to radiation therapy also, like with every other treatment in medicine, there are side effects that we need to be aware of and that we need to talk to patients. In radiation therapy, we usually divide side effects into three main categories: the acute side effects that occur usually during treatment or in the first few weeks after treatment. These are usually reversible side effects, and translate into, well, let's say diarrhea, let's say in the lower counts of white blood cells or red blood cells. When it comes to subacute side effects, usually these are still generally reversible, and they usually occur a few months after treatment. One of the examples is the radiation pneumonitis, when substantial volume of the lung is irradiated, and that can happen, well, in esophageal cancer, in lung cancer, obviously, but even in breast cancer, if lymph nodes are irradiated, that can lead to a higher volume of lung being irradiated. Usually, patients do not have any complaints. They do not have any clinical evident disease, but sometimes they do have dyspnea and cough. So this is not a pneumonia because it's not caused by an infectious disease, but it is needed to be treated. So finally, late side effects, these are usually irreversible, and they are due to vascular injuries. And it mostly happens with tissues with slow growing cells, and that are lost with the treatments. One of the examples is exactly the radiation of the spinal cord that does not recover, and we need to be very attentive and very aware of. The way that we reduce the side effects is actually by shifting the patient's positioning for the radiation therapy treatment in order to lower the risk of side effects. And on the other hand, by fusioning the CT scan with other imaging that the patient has, like MRI or PET scans, we are actually able to define with much more precision the areas that we need to irradiate and spare others. So that can also help to reduce side effects. So what we actually want, we know that we will always have side effects, but we just need to turn the complex side effects into simple ones that we can easily manage. So for radiation therapy treatments to be delivered on a high quality standard, we need to respect some rules. These rules are written in some guidelines, like the ICRU guidelines, the International Commission on Radiation and Measurements. That are effectively guidelines that we need to be aware of. These recommendations should be followed, and their recommendations are on the definition of target volumes. They also help us in the dosimetric planning process and ease the comparison between different institutions. I'm now going to talk a little bit about the external beam radiation therapy and how it is done on a daily practical way. So when the patient is seen for the first time, usually on that day or a few days later, the patient is actually scanned. So he will make usually a planning CT scan, and the position of the patient of the scan is actually very important in terms of already trying to see what will be the irradiation technique that we are going to use, and the organs at risk that we will need to preserve as most as possible. So if we are dealing with a breast cancer patient and where we need to irradiate the lymph node areas, and this is the example, we will not put the patients on the belly down. So we will need to do the CT scan on supine position with the arms up. And if we are dealing with a rectal cancer patient, at least in our institution, we usually lay the patient down on a special immobilization device, which is called the belly board, because the bowel will actually it will actually by gravity, just by gravity, go a little bit far from the pelvic area that we need to perform the radiation therapy to. So after the scan is done, and the patient will be what we call contouring. We will do the contouring of the target volume and organs at risk. And then the dosimetry department will actually calculate how the fields should be displayed in order to deliver the dose that we want to the volume that we just contoured. This step of simulation, well, as I would say, it's no longer done in a separate equipment. Nowadays, it is done on the treatment room with the same equipment that does the treatment. But basically, what is done is that we just need to be sure that what we consider a good dosimetry plan is actually possible to do it daily on a day-to-day basis. On a rigorous manner, and then treatment that is done. This is an example of a mask. I'm going to talk to you a little bit more. So as I told you, the patient positioning is quite important for the radiation therapy treatment. On the planning CT scan, we will identify the target volumes and the organs at risk. The fact that we use a CT scan is actually interesting because we now have an exam that has a good spatial resolution, and on the other hand, there are limitations. Usually scans are done without the use of contrast, and that limits a little bit the differentiation of different densities, because tumors come quite similar in terms of density to the adjacent tumors, to the adjacent tissues, sorry. Artifacts are caused by high density materials. This is the example of prosthetic material, namely on the hips. It does change a little bit. It cause a lot of artifacts. And on the other hand, the tumor may have already been removed by surgery, and that also changes a little bit the anatomy, and we need to be aware of. Nowadays, every time we do a treatment for, well, let's say a thoracic tumor, and I say that's for a esophageal cancer or for a lung cancer, we usually perform a 4D planning CT scan. This means we are actually acquiring images on the different parts of the breathing cycle in the inspiration and expiration, and that way we can create an imaging of the different cycle of different position of the tumor on the breathing cycle, and to be much more accurate in the delineation of the treatment. Obviously, this positioning is not done simply by saying to the patient to lay down, belly up or belly down. We need to have means of immobilization. When it comes to head and neck tumors, for instance, we actually need to use these masks that are thermoplastic masks, and that that are actually put on the patient's head, and this is the shape of the patient's head. And these masks are put every day on the treatment, so that we can be sure that the positioning of the patient is the exact same that we did on the CT scan. The means of immobilization obviously have also evolved a lot. So no longer we are using this sort of immobilization, namely for kids. Today, everything is super special, and patients are completely immobilized in a reproducible way, and that's the most important, even with special mattresses that are produced for the patients in every CT scan. So after the CT scan is acquired, the radiation oncologist will do the delineation of the target volumes and organs at risk. Target volumes are four: gross tumor volume, clinical target volume, the internal target volume, and planning target volume. So what we call the gross tumor volume is actually the tumor, palpable, visible, objective tumor. It's outlined not only on the CT scan, but with the help of other imaging technologies like the MRI, like the PET-CT, but also from the physical examination that we do. It's very important. This is an example. So on the CT scan, we can see the tumor, but on an MRI or on a PET-CT, it's much easier to better define the neoplasia. And even the physical exam that we perform on the patient will help us define a little bit more where the tumor is. But in radiation therapy, we usually don't irradiate just the macroscopic tumor. Usually we need also to irradiate the areas where microscopic cells may have spread to. And usually these are the areas surrounding the tumor, but also the lymph node areas that we know that could be affected by tumor cells. And this is called the CTV, the clinical target volume. Unfortunately, organs do move, so we need to be aware that this volume is not static, and that comes into play the concept of internal target volume, or that means it's simply a CTV that moves. It moves because we breathe, it moves because organs move, and content, for instance, of the rectum and bladder change, and so that creates the concept of internal target volume. And lastly, the PTV. The PTV is actually just an isotropic margin. It's a geometric concept, so it's an isotropic margin from the CTV or the ITV, and it's just to be sure that what the prescription was of the dose will actually be delivered to the CTV. Besides the target volumes, we also need to delineate the organs at risk. Organs at risk are extremely important because by defining which organs at risk are important for a specific tumor, we will be able to see what is the dose of radiation that these organs are going to be suffering from, and what should be the most favorable beam incidence angles. So, as I told you, target volume, we need to use different modalities of imaging to be more accurate. If we look at an example of a brain tumor, in the old days, this is what we did. So I was not trained with this sort of treatment, but it was done like this 50 years ago. So we simply took a plain X-ray, and we knew that in order to treat the tumor, we had to protect the eyes and protect the oropharynx, and then the treatment was performed with the medical imaging that we had available. And then came CT scan, and it was better. But even though when we talk about brain tumors, of course, that MRI is much better, and that way we can be much more accurate in the limitation of our target volume. Another example is with the fusion, not with the MRI, but with PET-CT in terms of esophageal cancer, cervical cancer. It's very, very important. So these are simply examples of how the delineation can be much improved with the use of other imaging modalities that we have available. And even when it comes to treatments of the brain, what I'm showing here is the possibility of irradiating the whole brain. And sometimes we need to do that mainly when there are metastatic spread of cancer cells on the brain. But one of the side effects of irradiating the brain is the deterioration of the cognitive function that happens over time. But when we use the MRI to actually look at different parts of the brain, we can isolate, let's call it like this, these areas here that are called hippocampus, and that are responsible for the cognitive function in terms of memory, and we can actually spare those areas in the dosimetric planning, and by doing so, we will preserve the cognitive function of the patients. This is an example of target volume delineation from an upper esophageal tumor. And as you can see here in the picture, there's this red spot. It's the macroscopic tumor, and it's much easier to define with the use of PET CT scan. After the delineation has been done, the dosimetric planning comes into play. So we use a different field combination for a better dose distribution, either using multiple coplanar fields or non-coplanar fields. Nowadays, we are actually doing much more, and almost all patients do techniques that are IMRT related. I'm just going to talk a little bit more in the future in the next slides. And after the dosimetry has been made, the dosimetric plan, so we also need to check it slice by slice, and seeing the dose volume histograms, just to check if the doses that are administered to the different organs at risk come into acceptable numbers, or if we need to change the way that we do it. As I told you before, the treatment simulation nowadays is no longer done in a separate equipment because it was a very, let's say, not very high quality imaging. Nowadays, what we do is that sorry, I'm just going to be a little bit more. We actually are able to shift this quality of these images much better. So we have improved a lot. We do what we call a cone beam CT, which is sort of CT scan that's done with the patient on the treatment table, and that allows us to accurately move the table and the patient, and to be much more rigorous in the administration of the treatment. About brachytherapy, just a few words. We do it in different situations, namely in breast cancer, in skin or mouse cancers. We do it in prostate cancers, in uveal cancer, but also and mainly, let's say, it's in gynecological cancers. So either for radical treatments of cervical cancer or for adjuvant treatments of endometrial cancers. So when it comes to the technical evolution that radiation therapy has suffered for over the last decades, it's a little bit like going from this rough block of wood to this very highly accurate statue. So we all use some acronyms and some specific vocabulary, but basically what we achieved is the change from 2D radiation therapy, where we use simple plain X-rays, to 3D radiation therapy with the use of CT scan, and nowadays the use of intensity modulated radiation therapy, the stereotactic, the particle therapy, everything has changed a lot. And what that has allowed us is to reduce the volume of normal tissue that's irradiated on one hand, and on the other hand, to increase the dose that is administered to the tumor. And that is only possible because nowadays we have these special techniques that are available. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible. These techniques, when I say techniques, I mean new accelerators, new image-guided radiation therapy, the respiratory gating, the positioning of the patient has also been greatly increased in terms of reproducibility, and the possibility of increasing dose without increasing toxicity associated. So just to highlight you how it was done, once again, I was not trained in this era, but in 2D RT, the limits were a simple plain X-ray and the centimeters. So, for instance, pancreatic cancer would be about 2 centimeters above the limit of the T12 and 2 centimeters left to the duodenal arch. So everything was done in a very well, not personalized way, if we were all the same inside. Naturally, with conformal 3D radiation therapy, the use of the CT scan changed a lot, and we improved greatly. And then came IMRT, where we were able to conform the dose to the convexities of the target volumes, and that way we could improve the dose that we administered in the tumor while sparing the organs at risk. For instance, this is a head and neck case, and most patients with head and neck tumors would have a very hard time with the saliva, because the old days, the irradiation of a head and neck tumor would usually require high doses in the parotid glands that are here, and the parotids are the major salivary glands. So these patients, after a few weeks of treatment, would really have a hard time dealing with food, because saliva is actually extraordinarily important for the normal eating process. And nowadays we can spare the parotid glands, and that way the patients, in terms of quality of life, they have improved greatly. IMRT allows us to spare the organs at risk in every location that you can imagine. So the bladder in this example, the femoral heads, the heart, the lung, everything was actually improved when we start using these techniques. And volumetric arc therapy is actually an IMRT technique that has changed, and no longer we have fields that are with the gantry of the machine stopped. So while the machine rotates, it is administering radiation therapy. And obviously, when it comes to proton therapy, we also have the possibility of not having the shower of lower dose that we see even in VMAT and IMRT. It will never come close to brachytherapy, but it is better. Okay, so this is an example of a VMAT delineation of a patient that had an oropharyngeal cancer on the left tonsil. So these are the volumes that need to be irradiated, not only the microscopic tumor, but also areas of potential microscopic spreads. And this is the treatment that's been nowadays used with 2 arches. And if you can see here the different colors, so this is a lower dose, an intermediate dose in green, and a higher dose in orange. And this is the dose on histogram that we need to check. So nowadays we are always using image-guided radiation therapy, either with the use of cone beam CT, with the use of technologies like Vision RT, where we can actually track the surface of the patient, and what we have already heard in the last lecture with MRI, which is MRI LINAC has completely changed for much better the way that we can define the tissues because it's completely different from the CT scan. Respiratory gating is also a technique that we use. So while we track the patient's breathing cycle, we can decide in what phase of the cycle we want the machine to trigger and to deliver the radiation therapy. That way we can limit the dose that is administered to organs at risk and hence the side effects. This is an example. If we treat a lung tumor, if we do not do any mechanism at all, we will need to treat all this volume because the tumor will be in different positions in the inspiration and expiration. But we have different ways of doing it. We can track the tumor and tell the machine that we only want to irradiate in this part of the cycle. So the beam on and beam off will always come in hand, because only when the tumor is in this position will the treatment be done, or we can use other techniques that are much more complex. I just want to talk to you a little bit also about stereotactic radiation therapy. What this concept is when we use a very high dose to destroy a target that's usually very well defined and very, very small, and in a way that we also, let's call it, it's like radiosurgery, but without the surgery part. So very small volumes that are irradiated usually are destroyed only with radiation dose. When we are talking about intracranial lesions, when we are talking about brain lesions, it's actually called radiosurgery. When we are talking about extracranial lesions, we call this technique stereotactic body radiation therapy or stereotactic ablative radiation therapy. And the difference between SBRT and conventional RT is that we use large doses of radiations on very few fractions with techniques that need to be highly accurate, and with a rapid fall off. What this means is that 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters apart from the tumor, from the target volume, the dose is already very, very low. And we usually mainly for lung lesions and for the liver tumors. The radiobiological behavior is also what's considered different. In terms of conventional RT, usually it's the radiation that interacts with the matter. It conditions ionization of the tissues, the generation of free radicals, and DNA damage, directly or indirect. Usually these treatments occur during several weeks. The targets, as I told you before, it's the tumor and the subclinical extension, so it's larger volumes, and the margins need to be relatively great, and a relatively great part of healthy tissues end up being irradiated. When it comes to SBRT, the mechanism that's supposed to be happening, it's not only the DNA damage, but also inflammation of endothelial cells, and the generation of an apoptotic cascade that will condition the appearance of microvascular dysfunction, and the replacement of the tumor cells by fibroblasts. So it's considered a different model of inducing the cell death, and it's usually considered to be the apoptotic mechanism that's more important. So in SBRT, we do know that endothelial cell damage may enhance the cytotoxic effect of irradiation on tumor cells. We do know that the vascular damage is extremely important, and we also know that we most probably are creating an enhanced anti-tumor immunity, and that may eventually explain what we call the abscopal effect, which is the disappearance of some tumors that are not directly irradiated. So if we imagine a patient that has 2 or 3 lung lesions, we irradiate one of those lesions, and when we evaluate this patient a few weeks later, not only the irradiated tumor has disappeared, but also the other tumors have shrunk. So this is what is called an abscopal effect, and it's most probably related to an immunological response to the treatment. So I'm just going to go over it. So the considered ablative dose of radiotherapy have been in discussion. So what we now don't know is that the biological effective dose that are required in SBRT schedules are much higher than the conventional RT regimens. So usually we are talking about 100 gray for the treatment to be considered as an effective radical treatment, ablative treatment, and this is like 2 or 3 times what we do in a conventional treatment. There are different machines that can perform this type of treatment. In the old days, when we did radiosurgery, we need to have, well, let's call it this sort of helmets. They were actually screwed to the skull of the patient. Nowadays, we have the opportunity to do it in a non-invasive way. Radiosurgery can be done with different techniques. It can be done on tumor lesions, but also on benign pathology, like neurinomas of the acoustic, malformations of the vessels, and there are, sorry, just look here. There are some machines that are more specific to be doing this sort of treatment, like Gamma Knife and CyberKnife, and also I'm going to talk a little bit more on tomotherapy. I'm having some trouble with my slides. Okay, so Gamma Knife is one of the machines that's used for the treatment of lesions inside the brain, very small lesions. The patient needs to wear this sort of helmet. It is limited to radiosurgery, so it is limited to brain lesions. It's a very complex treatment. And CyberKnife is linear accelerated with a robotic arm, and it can be used to treat not only skull and not only intracranial lesions, but also lesions that are outside, the tumors that are on other places. And it is also highly complex, mainly when it comes to quality control parameters that are very difficult to prepare and to implement. Nowadays it has become more easy, but anxious patients do get a little bit of discomfort. And then tomotherapy, which is a different concept. It's like if the gantry of the machine is here, it's fixed, so it's not moving. It is the patient that actually moves. It's very useful for long treatment fields, like when we are irradiating a cranial, when we are doing a craniospinal irradiation for medulloblastomas, for instance. So it's very useful for that sort of treatments. Okay, so this is the example that I was giving you. It is the patient that actually moves, and for long treatment fields, it does not need to have these gaps between the treatment fields. Well, MRI-guided radiotherapy, I'm not going to talk about it because the last lecture was completely very, very useful and very enlightening about this subject. And just a few words on intraoperative radiation therapy. So when surgery is expected to leave macroscopic residue, because it is most likely impossible to remove all tumor, like in tumors that are very close to vessels that cannot be taken out. So intraoperative radiation therapy can actually boost the treatment on those specific areas. Then proton therapy, you already heard about it today also. So it's a different concept. Unfortunately, we do not have any of these machines yet in Portugal, but it does make a major change when tumors are located in very, very close proximity to vital structures, like the chiasma, like the brainstem, and in terms of being able to administer a higher dose, namely in patients that will have a longer future, and specifically in children, proton therapy, at least for delivering the boost, is considered very important in some pathologies. So just a few take-home messages. Radiotherapy treatments actually have a huge evolution in the last decades. So we are now using very sophisticated irradiation techniques, which allows us to better delimitate target volumes, to have more favorable dose distribution profiles, and administering higher doses with lower toxicities and with better oncological outcomes, which is always our main goal: improve the survival of patients with high quality of life. So that was what I was willing to talk to you about. So I'm open to your questions. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Inês. I don't know, we don't have yet any question in the Q&A section. I don't know if there is someone who wants to make a question. No, it's not a question. It's only a comment, and related with this last slide, Dr. Inês, you spoke about the sophisticated methods. My question, it's not a provocative one, but where is the biology when we speak about all these advances related with new machines, new methods to apply the radiation? Where is the biology? Where is the...
Yes, we are actually shifting from one size fits all to precision medicine, and that is actually already taken place in some areas. In some specific areas, we are already doing it. So, for instance, in oropharyngeal cancers, we are already changing the dose, changing the volumes because of the biology, if the patient is HPV positive or not. When we consider the treatment planning of an esophageal cancer, of a cervical cancer patient, the areas that are actually more active in terms of a PET-CT scan, they are getting a higher dose, and there are papers that are now coming out about the possibility of restricting the use of radiation therapy on some patients that we know to have biologically more radio resistant tumors. So it is changing. It is slow, but it is changing. Okay.
Okay. We had a session about nuclear medicine, and Professor Paula Lapa told us effectively about this, that the time it's changing, and we intend to do like a PET FDG to evaluate tumor biology, and then to apply these values in the planning of the radiotherapy. Yeah.
Yes, it is that is already being done with PET FDG, with PET PSMA on prosthetic cancer patients. So we are irradiating with SBRT the relapse, the small relapse on the prosthetic areas that we can only see with PET CT scan PSMA. We cannot see it with any other type of imaging. We used to participate in a study with F-Mysel PET, which is very important for the hypoxic areas. So to know that we needed to adjust the dose of the radiation therapy treatment. So it is happening.
Okay, thank you. I don't know. There is no questions. So I want to thank you again about this session. The exposure was amazing about this radiotherapy advances, and thank you all for the presence, and see you tomorrow. Okay.
Well, thank you too. Bye bye, and have a wonderful evening.